I apologise there. I don't know what happened. It's just going to take a little moment for some people to come back. When the people appear, I shall start the apologies. Because that was not supposed to happen. Hello there, whoever's come on. I apologise if you were on the stream already. I think Streamlabs or whatever it's called crashed. So I think I've either had some internet troubles there, or the thing crashed. Well, the whole app shut down on me. So I'm assuming that that's what happened. But it's a shame we had 6 people on. We've got 1 at the moment, so... Just give them a little moment to come back. So if the one person watching now goes, if there is anyone still trying to watch the stream, then let them know. I'm not giving out any internet now. Yes, I think the Wi-Fi sort of is dying at the moment, but hi Chris. If you can still access the old stream as such, then let them know that I have restarted. If not, I'm sure Adam will find out and let us know. We'll let them know. Basically, all that happened my end was I'm using like Streamlabs, the app or whatever. All that happened was it just disappeared. It shut off the app, and when I went back on there, it ended the stream and that. So, yeah, hi Tom. I'm on here now. Yeah, I think it might have been a mix of the app crashing and the internet dying. Oh, thanks, Chris. Thank you very much. Yeah, basically the... I don't know what happened this end, but I mean, when I started this stream, the internet had died a few times, but I mean, it just kept... it just cut off completely. That's why it's stopped my end. But yeah, we got a few people on here now. Yeah, numbers are going up. So yeah, hello again. Yeah, we are back. We are back indeed, Mark. Little issue. Technical problems as always. Like I said, my end just completely shut down the app and come back. Hemel Down Model Railway. Hello. And funnily enough, I feel like the stream's going quick really. With the fact that it's another like 5 minutes until these engines are being swapped over. I left a link, don't know how. I doubt it was clickable because I don't think you're set as a moderator. I mean, I would add some people on here as moderators, but I mean, because I do everything through the phone, and the second I put the computer on, the internet dies really. So I mean, you know. But yeah, we got 5 people. Basically though, Adam, the app just it just shut off. I think it might have crashed. So I think that was what my issue was. It just, on my end, it just shut off the app. So I had to restart. So here we are, 6 minutes into stream part 2, I guess. But yeah, Harry's doing nicely, and 4555 is as well. Copy and paste. That's very technically advanced, that. How do you do that then? Yeah. That's what happened. It just cut off for me, so I assume the app just crashed on me. Which is always fun, but I mean, we're here now, again. Sort of first few minutes, Chris come on, and I was looking, and I was like, yeah, we just got to wait for the people to find out. So in less than 5 minutes time, actually, because I thought today I'll run every engine for half hour, so it's not running the same engine for too long. Normally I do it an hour, but I mean, today I'll be half hour. So soon we are actually going to be on to the 56, hauling the exact same service as 4555. And I have a HiMech to run on the inner line with the, probably will for maybe a few minutes, run this one, which if you remember, this is the HiMech that I restored on the last stream I done a couple months ago. It has actually been a couple months since I done that last stream. I do have 2 of those blue HiMechs, so in total I have 3 HiMechs. What fun is that, eh? But I mean, that one is the one I done up. I don't like the warmth that much. I'm worrying now because the Wi-Fi was jumping about a little bit then. It was going orange. I think it must be an update on the app that it goes orange when the internet's a bit. 7 people watching though, which is brilliant to see. At least my end, that's what it reckons. What I'm gonna do is stop 4555 there briefly. I'm just gonna disappear quickly, not on the stream. The stream will stay running and I'll leave Harry running. But I shall be back in probably about a minute or 2, okay? Right, I'm back. Let me know if you can hear me, just in case I've done something. I know what I'm like. I don't know why I've set that one off. It needs loco swapping. The noise cancellation is good. That's alright then, but as long as you can hear me, then that's alright. Just grab a loco. Goodbye 4555. That's her run for the stream. I did mute the stream when I disappeared, but just in case that's what you mean, but let's see if 5637 can do the service. Ooh. All that is rails between the rails in the forefoot. So what I'll do is I'll remove them. Again, it's probably going to be like Harry in the sense that the 56 hasn't ran for probably a month, so she'll want warming up. So I'll just leave it at 50 for now. I'll let Harry do one more lap and then it's get the blue and grey stock. I think I'll just do 3 coaches of the Hymek. But yeah, this 56 is a weathered example, and again, bought it in January, same time as Harry actually. So actually, I'm going to take advantage of Harry. When is the freight train next wanted? The freight train is actually next wanted after this train. But I'm just going to shunt it away. I'm going to put it in the siding. So I've just got to be quick because the 56 is coming around. There we go. I mean, you can't see her. I think we had disappearing internet then, so apologies. Only just noticed. So hopefully you weren't waiting too long. But yeah, you probably didn't see, but Harry's now in the sidings. And Hornby coaches don't like one another, apparently. Actually, I think it might be just that coach there, so I'll flip it round. I made the mistake of thinking of upgrading my odd 9F to sprung buffers. Would be quite easy. I'm finding out the hard way it's not. Oh, no bother, you're back. That's alright, as long as you're not too bothered. You will get a bit of buffering off me, so... Chris might get a bit of buffering, but in a different sense, in the sense that his 9F might get some. If it starts getting any easier. There we go. I'm trying to figure out the right direction. So this Hymek hasn't ran for a while either. I mean, a lot of locos haven't ran for a while with mine because I haven't really been running them much. Just gonna very slightly slow down the 56. Hymek seems quite happy. Had to get them back from the other side of the room a few times, Chris. I'll flip this way briefly for a little bit so you can see the 56. But yeah, there's another diesel running. So that's for the next roughly half hour, this. And then it'll be the Hunslet. I basically got just over 2 hours. Right, there is a derailment, but I think the high mech will just about do it. Please. I'm just going to ask it nicely. Always ask your locos nicely, then they might look after you. I only had just over 2 hours of locos planned to run. I dropped them in the carpet, would have been good night. And I only bought 4 from Bachmann. Oops. Yeah, it's not fun when you lose things. I lined the number plates on this 56. And let's just say about 90% of them had disappeared. Well, crumpled, because I didn't find the right knacking to fit them, but then I did in the end, thank goodness. But my initial plan for this stream is to begin a couple of hours running trains, and then there is a derailment again for the high mech. Just again hoping it all. Please stop derailing on me. Tell you what, I'll do the old trick. I don't know if anyone else does this trick on their locos. I am aware the 56 has decided to stop running. It's about right, isn't it? The old flipping round trick. This trick sometimes works. It depends. Some rolling stock likes rolling certain ways. Let's give it 55. And I'm going to be the most gentle person in the world to a 56. Just... Ooh, wrong one. Gentle. Okay, that's alright then. The rest of my stream will be chatting really, so feel free to tag along if you wish. But if Alan's on, then yeah, that's fine. Yeah, if Alan's doing a stream, then head to him if you want. Or stay and chat, because that will be the rest of the stream. Oh, running session. I like watching those. And I'm doing my own stream. Oh dear. Yeah, so I mean, if I do a stream, it's normally on the Saturday, A, because that's best for me, most ideal, and also because it won't disrupt Alan's streams. But I mean, if it crosses over with his, then I'm not too fussed. Yes, we shall see. Well, let me know if he goes on anyway. I'll stick around on here anyway, I think, because I mean, I quite enjoyed last time of the stream after I'd done the high map. I quite enjoyed actually just chatting. If you hear all the clunking, it's Mutt Thatcher's. Touch wood, no derailments anymore from those coaches. Just holding on to the wood. Trying to follow the chat on Big Close live stream. Are you a moderator on that channel then, Adam? I just tend to assume if there's a live stream that's Model Railway related, you're probably an admin on it. No, moderator it's called, isn't it? I got this thing running in a bit. I'll just drop it there. And then when the 56 gets out of the way, Manor Class. This is Hinton Manor as well, which don't quote me on this one, but I believe it's the last manor that was built under the GWR name. The rest would be our. And then Hunslet. Wonderful little Hunslet. Well, no, it's why I agreed to moderate on other channels. But Clives, no. I have discussed a couple of times lately how I'd like to get this layout up on a table instead of sitting on the floor. Because I'd probably like a back scene around on the layout, probably removable back scenes. I think that would be nice to have back scenes that slot in place, because then I can just remove a panel and run the layout. But yeah, I mean, it would be nice to have it up instead of being stuck on the floor with it, really. Notch down the 56 to speed a little bit. Still a good amount of natural light out. I think I'll move the camera back a little bit, just so you can see the engines a bit better. So how has everyone's days been going today? Enjoyable Saturdays? Keeping relaxed? Keeping busy? This weekend, today wasn't a railway day. As in East Somerset. Not for me. Today was a more sit-at-home day. And prepare for the stream. Get everything ready. funny though, because you have basically the whole day, if there's no plans, you've got the whole day just waiting, and then all of a sudden it hits near to the end and you're rushing to get your tea done, have your tea and get everything set up for the stream. Well, you do get days like that, don't you, Web? You go out to do a lot, but you tend to get some hurdles thrown in the way. I mean, that's just how it goes. I was quite tempted to do a bit of traction engine fixing on this live, like after I finish running these trains. I say fixing, I can't remember what I was going to do now. Was I actually going to fix an engine? Or was I just telling myself I've got a job to do on my traction engine? Because I think I have done everything. It just wants a wash, I think. Ouch. Got some, is it Sudocrem or whatever, to help you out a bit? Brambles aren't fun. I mean, where I used to live in an old little cottage, it was a lovely little place. It was about 300 odd years old. And, like I say, a lovely little place. And it had a little rose bush sort of right by the door, and it would grew up the building about halfway. And, you know, you had to cut it back all the time, you know. Gotta love brambles, you know. I was weak and a bit drunk and falls on 3-day bender so far. Other than seeing them their way, it's been a slow day here too, eating and getting washed, sorted. The usual Saturday. Good evening, Mr. Mr. Captain Static. The chat moved up just as I was reading. Gotta have a coffee. Well, I'm not a coffee drinker, I'm a tea man. But I mean, you need a bit of caffeine. Okie doke, Chris. See you in a second. Can I catch the time off one of you? I sort of can't quite see the clock up. I think I've got a bit of time, just turn around to a different clock actually. The exact time would be appreciated though. I see what you mean. I'm a little bit like that. Not, I wouldn't say I go off tea, it's just I don't drink it as much. 8:23, thank you very much, Adam. Yes, I mean, at the moment I'll have like a cup of tea in the morning and that's about it, but sometimes it's I basically live off it, you know. Just finished my dinner, been at work all day, had to do some shopping after, so I was home later, fair enough. What I do when I do my streams is have my tea basically just before the stream starts. So yeah, because normally I have my tea about 7, but I tend to start streams at 7. So I just get to a point where I'm close to 7. If you're close to 7, it's alright. Yeah, if anyone wants the enjoyable job of telling me when it's 9:30, then please do, because it'd be very, very useful, because that's when I'll start swapping the engines over, which will be that little freight train, so I might have to run them round. Yeah. I'll probably use Harry actually to shunt this freight train out and run it onto the main line ready for the other Hunslet to haul. And then I'll put the teaks on for the 25. And that was the last train. Well, I say the last train, the last half hour run. There are a couple of other engines where I put bonus short loco runs. And those are a Prairie that belongs to Joe. I don't think he's on yet. He's normally on later on, which is a shame because he's going to miss seeing his own engine run. But and then I'll have my mainline Manor because I felt like I couldn't miss it out. I'm sure I must have had Joe's Prairie for about a year now, because he hasn't got a layout to run it on. So he's like, you use it. I mean, I haven't ran it a lot lately, but I still use it. Get some use out of me, so he's happy seeing it get some use. And I know Chris knows about my, I think it's G2, I can't even remember now. Thanks, Mark. I'll raise it up in a second and get you a rough idea of the layout. It's only a basic layout, really. It's one of those where it's not based off anywhere. It's one of those, it's not based off anywhere, no region, just run whatever. I basically buy a loco I like and run it with whatever, basically. But I do have other layouts that are like, I've got a Western region based one. I've got a very, very micro layout. Very, very micro layout that's based in like West Yorkshire. And then I got Bristol Harbour, which, as per request, I will do a live stream shunting with. But yeah, I know Chris knows about my G2, my GNR G2 I think it is. But I haven't progressed on that because I need to sort out around the bunker because the securing screw goes through there and I haven't done anything about it yet. But once that's done, then I'll load that bunker with coal and start running it. But yes, you want to see a bit more layout. There you go. So, I mean, there's a little cafe there. The people are a bit drunk today. They tend to get drunk. You like the detail put in? I mean, I've got more detailed on other layouts, but yeah. A busy station up there. That's the main one with the signal box and a siding. This is the main siding here. Apart, you can see plain patches, you know. This layout is my one I've had the longest. Fish and chip shop over there because it was originally in that corner, but I bought a railgun and it didn't fit. Station in the corner, which is the Railway Children one. Little street scene, like a micro farm, I guess. Little, there's the Hymek blocks it. Lineside hut. An old car tarped up. There's another station with a plain bit of exposed baseboard. That's basically the layout. It is set out like the Hornby track map. But, well, I say that this side in here that the wagons are in it's longer. And turns out, forever, I never realised why there was a kink in the track just round here, just beyond where my finger is. And I realised after about probably a few years, I'd accidentally put one extra straight bit of track up by the signal box, and that's why. Rule number 1 applies after all. Jenny Agata. Yeah, I mean, that's how I go on this layout. I mean, I will run whatever on all my layouts, but I mean, I've got a few that are based off areas and regions. My most specific is Bristol Harbour. I mean, like I say, this is one that's just to look alright, run some trains on, and sort of forever run trains. It's nice having a loop layout. As nice as I like my micro layouts, it's nice to have a layout where you can just leave the trains continuously running, and that's that. I like leaving an engine running, just leaving it running forever. I nearly put my standard 5 on the list to run today, but I think it must have ran on a previous stream, because I had that running not long ago. The engines on the layout earlier, the last ones that I had ran that weren't for a stream, was the actually 4555, the small prairie, and one of my Midland compounds, which is the BR black one I picked up for a tenner. I've got it to work well. Yeah, I mean, I think I only have one loco that decides it doesn't like that corner that well. The inner line is a very much a picky locos place. Only certain locos can run on the inner line. But funnily enough, the older models can run a bit better on the inner line than the modern ones. But yeah, I mean, it's a nice little layout. I think the artificial light is sort of taking over now, as it's darkening outside. It's still not dark, still nice and bright, but it's just dimming down a bit now. "5637. Hi Joe. I just mentioned you about 5 minutes ago, so your ears must have been burning. Your prairie will be running in just over half hour's time. I'll run it for about 10 minutes just to show you. She did do a bit of helping out earlier, but there she is. No, she isn't grey. Before you say it. She isn't grey. That was a joke from the last stream. But yeah, I'll run your prairie in a bit. Back, giving up trying to fiddle with tiny parts. The joys. Well, Joe, I'm having my Thatchers, one of the Thatchers from Sunday. Don't know if you still got yours, eh? You've probably had yours, haven't you? I'm good, thanks, Joe. Carrying on as normal. Radius 1 squeezer. Find that too. Meant to run in shunting yards and wouldn't turn faster than an oil tanker. It's an alright. Like I said, like this, the Hymex will run fine. It's just a bit tight in a couple of areas, so locos tend to struggle, because I think there is a bit of a mix match with the track. Funnily enough, I'm just trying. I wrote out all the. I'm gonna have to put it sideways. Wrote out all the trains today on the typewriter. Bit of a plan. Got one left. Well, I'll have one left in a minute. But I mean, I'll have that one. But I mean, the next day, I went and met a friend, had a late birthday present, which had 3 beers. Come home from meeting them up and found 4 new cans of Guinness in the fridge. And I got another cider yesterday and some Scottish whiskey. I've had the notification that my battery's down to 10%, not 10, 20. So, I'm going to cut this short quickly. I think I'll do... Tell you what, Joe. I'm going to run your prairie. As soon as you're here, I'm going to run the prairie. And when it says it's 10%, which probably won't be too long, then I shall probably go on to chatting. I know what you mean, Adam. That's what my thinking is with it. It's exactly what I'm thinking. I'll tell you what, I'll stop this HiMac and give it... Thank you, Matt. That's all right, Joe. I'm going to stop this HiMac. It's gone. Internet's back. Right. If you want, I can run the Manor and the Hunslet on another stream. I'll note it down. Seeing as I got that problem. So I might as well squeeze it in whilst I can, especially because you're here to see it. And seeing as this was what I done restored on the last stream, might as well run it. Just wake it up a little bit. I'll just run in the same direction. Cider. Well, I don't mind a bit of cider. I quite like it because it's normally quite sweet. But, I mean, my favourite drink is whiskey. But I got a bit of Guinness and all that. I've got a line up in the fridge, basically. I don't know how loud this HiMac is going to be droning over me. What I'll do is I'll probably run these two until I get the wonderful dreaded notification of you have low battery. The old ones can cog a bit. So yeah, I'll just run these two. Me and Joe, your prairie probably wants another service. Because I haven't actually serviced it since I done it that one time. But I mean, she runs alright. I mean, haven't I had her about a year now? Surely. Surely I've had it a year. I was thinking the other day I must have had it about a year. Because it was about this time last year, I think we had L92. That's gone amazingly quick. Yeah, about a year. So yeah, I must have had it. I mean, I can't remember exactly when we had it. But I don't know if you've noticed, Joe, but the train it's pulling is inspired by the East Somerset. I like L92, although funnily enough, I like pannier tanks. But I don't like their pannier tanks. I mean, they look alright. But to actually work on... they're nice locos, they make a good sound and everything like that. But their tanks make it awkward to go along the running plate. I got a new phone, can't change the battery. None of them did. Fiddling. The battery on my phone is quite worn. I mean, I should be getting a new phone hopefully soon. But basically the battery on this one sort of died over the last 6 months. I like all steam locos. Oh yeah, you gotta love them. Every single one, even if it's the same class, have their own quirk and very unique things. The old owner of the HiMac that's running now, he used to drive HiMacs. He used to... he was based down Old Oak... Well, I think he started off in Newport, and then he was based down Old Oak Common. Was a second man and then a driver. Nice to see the blue Hymet with the right sort of stock. I tell you this though, Mark. You can never help but love a loco, especially a steam loco. But then you get introduced to working on steam locos. And I mean, it's a love-hate relationship because you tend to find things are a bit awkward. But at the same time, you can't help but love the things. I mean, Great Western locos are known to be beautiful locos to look at, to drive and to fire. But a massive pain to work on. And I can sort of back that. Yeah, well. Same here, I don't think I hate any locos. I mean, I was removing the steam heat pipe off 4247. That was, I mean, there was no pit. And I could barely move under this engine. Awkwardest thing. And then I got to one bolt from being able to have removed one, because the steam heat piping under the engine is split into 4 parts. I've got half of that done. And then there was about 4 bolts to remove on this other one to get it, the third part off. And one bolt was so stubborn, in about an hour I managed to move it a quarter of a turn. And I was putting all my weight on it. I was literally pushing it with my feet and just sliding across this floor. And I had to give up in the end. And I think it was cut off in the end. So yeah, awkward. I mean, that's any Great Western loco, Joe. I disposed of the ash pan on the 41 for the first time a couple weeks ago. And I managed to take the skin off at least 3 knuckles. At least 3. Yeah. Bit of a pain, but lovely things. Oh, that's unusual. Well, when I get notified, Adam, that it says 10%, I will stop running trains and then I'll go into another room and just sit and chat for a bit. Because that was the plan anyway. I just got to cut the running train short. Normally I have the phone on charge whilst doing this, but I thought it should last a couple of hours, but it's not proving to. So yeah, I'll just run these. It's a little bit of a change up on the plan, but I got a charger with in the other room, so I'll just do that. Oh, thanks, Chris. Yes, hit the like button. Share it with any of your model railway friends and all that. And subscribe if you haven't done so already. Right, I've got the 10% battery notification. So, Hymex stopped. I'm gonna get another can of Thatcher's ready, I think. I mean, I've still got a bit left in this one. But I'm just going to get a few bits ready and then move around. So, bear with me. So I'm just going to stop Joe's Prairie. I'll read your comment and everyone else's in a minute, Joe. Just got to try and find out where I can cram a load of... I put a bit of paper in that pocket. I'm trying to hold a million things at once, so... Right, you're coming with me. I'll just turn my light on. Turn those lights off. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Hopefully it'll do something. And I need something to prop the phone. Just making sure. I believe you're right, Chris. I believe it is a 35, but I could be wrong. Just organise everything. I sort of don't know how to check if I'm charging the phone at the moment because it's got this thing on. I'm just going to rotate. Oh, no. In the memorabilia room. Yeah, I guess so. You know, I always have a Bardic gland. And the room with all the stuff. Mechanical hydraulic. Yep, you've got that right. So yeah, oh, that's a bit peaceful, no trains running. Yeah, so, I don't know. I just got to hope it's charging. If not, it cuts off and that's that. I don't know if I'll come back on if it's not going to do it because, let's be honest, it'll be only chatting now. So anyway, let's read comments and things. So, at one point, have you seen the pic of 4555 at Paynton? Yes. I must find a cheap HiMac from somewhere. eBay. Went down to my model club on Tuesday. It was pretty good. That's to Mark. Coca-Cola to lose some rusty nuts. That sounds like an interesting idea. I mean, I drowned the nut in WD-40 in it. That's when I got a quarter of a turn out of it. Hello, White Wool Wheels. Hope you're doing well. Like I said, no clue if I am actually charging, but let's just hope. Hoping is the best thing to do. Wish I had some form. Hang on. A form of rag to wipe the camera because that camera gets a bit foggy. So do you know if Alan's gone on yet or anything? Oh no, he's got about 10 minutes yet anyway. But yeah. So yeah, just chatting time now. Seeing as I've got to charge this thing. Hopefully it's charging. Should have put it on really at 20% because then I'd know if it was going down. It won't warn me any lower than 10. I guess I could ask it. Because it's got, what's it called? Sorry, I might have disappeared then, briefly. I asked, what's it called, Siri or whatever, what battery percentage I'm on, and it's going up, so that's good news. I did manage to put the sprung buffers onto the 9F. It is possible, just a faff, yeah, about right. It's Max Bardic lamp. Yes, there you go, Mark. Bardic lamp. This one's quite interesting because it has the orange. Not all of them have that. So yeah, I mean, it's quite a unique thing. I'm gonna just faffing about with electronics at the second, because I mean I've got a light I made a while ago. Don't know if that's done anything. Probably not. But there we go. I think Coca's... Yeah, I think people use it to clean toilets, don't they, or something. But yeah, I mean, I haven't tried it. I remember doing a science experiment a very long time ago. God, I can't remember when it was. You just put like an old penny in some Coke and leave it overnight and it comes out shiny. Good for cleaner, basically. But it's going to be flipped round the wrong way, being a selfie camera now. But I have renumbered my IVA to 46447. Although the you probably can't see it, it's not going to focus well. It's still 46426 on the front, and that's because I'm waiting for the Smokebox number plate to come. But yes, I'm sort of aware of that. It doesn't, no matter what, it'll do that, I think. Just there you go. If I just sit along here, sort of trying to get the right balance. Yeah, no matter what, it's going to do that unless I sit right over here. There you go. And even though it's breaking through. Yeah, I doubt there's much that can be done about that. I apologise. It's just what it is, what it is, sadly. The joys of glares from lights and stuff. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I got some Coke down here to go with my whiskey, because I got that. I haven't touched that really. Only had a couple drinks. But I got this yesterday. Bit of Scotch whiskey. I haven't done it, but I haven't tried it. I just smell it. It's 40%, I think. Is it? Yeah, 40%. Just got a bit of whiskey on my nose now. Oh, is that? I think I've seen that book. I was tempted a few times, and I thought, no, I better not, because it would give me too much inspiration. And then I'll build more. Oh dear. Nice rich taste, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I haven't tried it yet, but $3.99 on Amazon new. Oh, that's not bad then. Must be on a discount, I'm assuming. But yeah, I mean, I've got that to try, Adam, so I'll let you know what it's like eventually when I have it. But I mean, I'm on that stuff today because I sort of was given it, and I was like, do I have beer? Because I got that. Do I have cider? Because I've got 2 cans of Thatcher's and a bottle of cider. Do I have Guinness? I've got 4 cans of that. Or I've got enough whiskey. I felt more of a apple person today. I'm on the Guinness. Ooh. That was the close contender to this one today, but I went with Thatcher's, and I think a couple will do all right for me tonight. I doubt I'll have any more. But yeah. I'm sort of trying to think of what to say at the moment. That's why I'm just looking around, you know. Bit tired at the moment, but not too tired. You know, when you get that little bit after. It's what it is I've heard those locos making a load of noise for the past couple of hours. And now I've just sort of flopped from the silence. That's what I do. When there's noise and it goes dead silent all of a sudden, that's when I go tired. That cap, I'm trying to point, that one there, that's a Caterpillar cap. You know, the brand. Pardon me. Bit gassy, this Thatcher's. But yeah, I mean, that was... old family member used to drive bulldozers back in the day. So that's his old cap. The rest are mine, a million of them. I haven't got the grease top up. That's in my bag for the railway at the moment, so... Have I been busy at the ESR? So, last time I went was Sunday. I steam raised, so I woke up at 4:30, which was a lie, because I normally get up at 4 for steam raising. Put a fire in the Andrew Barclay, and then spent the day looking after her as such, helping the fireman, keeping him topped up with coal and that. Had a couple go, well, I had a go driving Lady Nan, and then had a few rides on it. So yeah, I mean, that was quite nice. What did I do the time before that? I helped out with 4247 a bit. I seriously can't remember now. Probably done. I think I'm possibly done a bit of breaking up of wood and stuff like that, the standard stuff. I can't actually remember much. Oh yes, I know now. Moved the rods for the 42, which was very good. That was all right. I mean, I'm moving them a small distance, but because they're so heavy, they're awkward to move. So yeah, but yeah, that and the standard jobs. Standard jobs is like getting rid of ash and chopping up wood, well, destroying pallets and that. Oh well, quite a full day then going on. The rods aren't light. No, definitely not. I mean, you can just about shift some of them around, on your own. But I mean, you got to have the guts and the strength to do it on your own, and it's not safe, You've got to do it with at least another person, at least. But yeah, I mean, it's quite good. Yes, Alan's live now. I've just saw the notification and I saw the number just droop down a second ago. So yeah, if anyone's off to see Alan, then please do go and see him and say hello. And if anyone who goes over to him, if any of you go over to Alan, then tell him I said hello. Oh well, quite a day then. Yeah, I already read that. But yeah, it's been good. My granddad had me cutting old sleeper blocks he cut into kindling. I was 5. Ooh. Nice warm fire then. Because for the steam engines, best thing to get are pallets, because companies will just give them to us, sort of thing. So yeah. I mean, that's nice. We helped out West Somerset a couple weeks ago. When was their gala? We helped them out for the gala. It was Saturday, near the end of the day. I think that was the day of moving rods. And we had someone come round to collect, to get a few tons of coal for the West Somerset Railway Steam Gala, because they'd ran out of coal. And they borrowed off a few railways. So yeah, we sold them some coal. That was a bit of fun. That was an interesting moment. But yeah, I mean, that was good. So yeah, we helped their gala out a bit by doing that. I have a few video ideas lined up for the channel. I just haven't got round to doing them. One's a harbour update, the others are, well, the other 2 others which are reviews on a couple of my Great Western engines. One I've been meaning to do for a while. The other, I promised the seller of the manor that I'd make a video with it in and let them know so they can watch it, because they'd like to see it. So yeah. My dad went bonkers. No, it was for sale. Grandad was a coal merchant with a good shed to bunker lorries and bag coal. Ooh. Sorry, I'm quite hot at the moment, and That's making me quite thirsty. So that's that one gone. Round 2. And that'll be my last one today. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to pop off now. That's right, Tom. Take care, and I shall see you in the future, I'm sure. Take care, Tom. But yeah, I mean, God, that has hit me, the silence. I have that. It's a thing I have. I think I'll forever have it, where after I've heard, oh, Adam, you're still here. If you ever pop round to see Alan on his stream, then tell him old me said hello. And just tell him I'm doing this at the moment. That's why I'm not on. And do let me know, is he running trains? Because that'd be nice to see. Because he's got Roger the Lodger, hasn't he? Tiny little fly or moth or something. So I would say the stream has been going for an hour and 10 minutes, but this is part 2. Alan is not running trains. Oh dear. Well, at least I know I'm not missing out on that. Natty! Hello! How are you? Blimey, it's been a little while. Well, it's been since the gala. But how are you? How's me Sentinel? Seeing as you got my 39. Hey ho, yeah, that's alright. Glad to hear, Natty. Glad to hear from you. I'm good, thank you. Happier to hear from you, really. Yeah, it's Nathan's birthday today. So, yeah, if you want me to wish him happy birthday on your behalf, then I can do after the stream if you want. But yeah, I mean, yes, glad to hear from you. I mean, you haven't had the technology for a while, have you? So, yeah, I will do. Yeah, I'll tell him happy birthday when I finish doing all this. Yeah. Yeah, nice to hear from you. Been a little while. How's my 39? Is it still in one piece? Or have you broken it? Nah, you wouldn't have broken it. Yeah, I mean, it's weird not having my model at 39. It is very weird. But I mean, I think I'll never forget it. Dropped it down the stairs. I swear I've heard that before. I don't know what loco it was, but I swear you once said before you dropped a loco down the stairs and smashed it up. Oh dear. No, it's weird not having it, really. I mean, I haven't really ran my Sentinel since. Because I tend to like to double head my Sentinels. But yeah, I haven't really ran them. But yeah, I mean, I was running Joe's Prairie not long ago. The one I keep joking to him that I'm going to paint in photographic grey. That's a Lima one. I don't think you've seen it, but yeah. It's a Lima one that I think was in British Rail livery at one point. I don't know if it was green or black, but it was repainted green with Great Western on the side. It's had a lamp removed on the back, real coal put over the old coal load, a whole pickup system remade on it, which it's quite an unusual pickup system, but it works quite well. It's a nice loco, but yeah, it's basically the Lima Prairie that's seen a lot of modification. I mean, the livery's quite nice. You can only sort of see the old crest when you tilt it at an angle. You can sort of see the outlines where there was the old thing. Don't worry, Adam, he's probably joking, it's his humour. At least I hope so, it's my loco. Oh yeah, he will be, won't he? Yeah, it's nice to hear from you, Natty. I mean, well, last time I saw you was the gala, but I've been coming in every a few Sundays now, just in case I bump into you. But basically, whenever you've done this Sentinel of mine and you're about, bring it into Railway regardless, just in case I'm there, and then I can pick it up off you. But yeah, just make sure you've done them buffers the right colour. Red. Remember that quite well now. Yeah, good. Yeah, I mean, it's how's the micro layouts or main layout? Have you started that other layout yet, or? I mean, your Watley one's lovely. Hi, Jack. You right? How you doing? Oh, the only one we're missing really is Nathan, and we got the old lot back, haven't we? Oh dear. Yeah, we nearly got the whole lot back, but I mean, it's Nathan's birthday. He should be out partying instead of watching me. That there's a Spitfire. That's just hanging off the ceiling. So yeah, you can tell it's me as well because flat caps. I'm off now. Bye, Matt and everyone. Yeah, take care, Chris. See you in the future. But yeah, I mean, in all seriousness though, Natty, have you got any progress on the what's it called? Sentinel. It's not LNER fan's birthday, Adam. It's a different person. This one's Jack, who I know from the railway, so yeah. Basically, I've got the Somerset Railway in the chat now. But yeah, I mean, all is going well. You've missed the trains, Jack. My battery sort of went down to 10%, so I had to move to a charger, basically. Yeah, yours isn't till August. I remember that one. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough. How is the, well, it's been a little while now since it's been a new place, but how is it going, Natty? No, we don't have Dan at the moment. If he comes along, then I'll say hello. I got, well, it's not Meccano, sort of fake Meccano. Flying Scotsman tender at the moment. I finished building the Flying Scotsman today, but it's in another room. But the tender's sort of become my holder for 2 screws and this thing, which is for one of those correction tapes. It's easier using one of those than Tipp-Ex, because Tipp-Ex you've got to wait for it to dry before you write over and type over it with the typewriter. But that stuff you can do straight away, so yeah, it's quite good. Well, Natty, just thinking now, I did get a chance in the model shop. I did get a chance. I actually finally got in there before they shut the door. And I bought a loco. I bought a Bachmann E4 in BR Black. Come with Southern Route discs. It was 95 quid. Out of the whole model shop, it was the most reasonably priced thing there, considering the Dapol B4 was the exact same price. Sorry, there the internet was having its funky moment. Every time it does that, I just got to turn the Wi-Fi on and off on my phone, and then it just comes back. But hello, Dardle. I hope you're doing well. But yes, I bought an E4, so most reasonably pricing. It was reduced, and you know what? It's a lovely thing. It's got a very slight tight spot. That's my only problem with it. But I mean, yeah. That's Dan. Right, hi Dan. I couldn't remember what your name was from last stream, but yeah. So yeah, I got me E4, so that's done a little bit of running, but it's mostly my 4555 that's been running. Oh yeah, I bought 4555. The only E-Sunset locos I'm missing now is L92 and 4247, but I'm not too fussed about the 42 because we got it a while. It's more L92s. You had to change it. L92 is a hard model to get because people love L92, it seems, because they just swipe the model straight away. So that's why we don't have L92. I have the Ivet here. Again, I've renumbered the Ivet Natty. It's flipped round at the moment because of it being on a selfie camera to do this bit, but it is renumbered. If you can read backwards, it's our Ivet. The Smokebox number plate is coming soon. I had the email about here's the production. Here's the drawings. Is this all right before it goes into production? So yeah, that looks really good. Thank you. Lee wants me to do his now, so yeah, I can get the E4 actually if you want. I'll just reverse. I'll disappear. Really. You just see me sink. There you go. I'm just disappearing. There it is. I forgot I'd moved it. And I might as well get this little one as well. Just coming back. It's the only good thing about computer chairs. We'll have to get you around doing mine. Oh yeah. Well, Lee basically confronted me one day at the railway and said, "Can you renumber my engine?" He said he's going to pay me to do it. Cover the cost of the numbers, and he'd buy. What was it he was going to buy? Pay for my time, basically. This is my E4 Natty. I mean, the lighting ain't brilliant. There you go. Bardic lamping it. Alcohol. I'm drinking the Thatchers from the railway. I had one on the day that we had it, but I saved the other two. There we go. Internet disappeared a second. Am I going to run some trains? I've already run some trains, Jack. There's sort of my roster. It was only 2 hours of trains, but in the end I had to cut it short because of the battery going flat. But yeah. Also, definitely Joe, it's definitely going grey. Definitely. I done this for the coronation. I'm sort of trying to get it so you can see it. It's Coronation, the Andrew Barclay, but it's got bunting along the side, and the indicator discs are actually from the E4. Just put on there. It's express passenger, because Andrew Barclays definitely do express passenger trains. But yeah, a good place to get traction tires. Well, I got mine off Nathan, so I can't really help there, Jack. I mean, they used to be on eBay all the time, and they've just disappeared. Don't know why I got two pencils here. That's a pencil. Looks like a pen, but I mean, you take the end off and it's a rubber. It's one of those, what are they called? You were sold one without. I think you mentioned a couple times about... Well, I bought my 14XX for... It was mint condition. It was 30 quid with the original box. It had the original tyres on it, which were quite perished, so they broke in about a week. Problem with the 14XX, it's not that strong with them. Well, it's not very strong without them, but it's not that much stronger with them. But I mean, it does make a difference. I got a pen from GWR. Just looking about. My little joke to Joe is that I'm painting his engine grey. I've had it for about a year now, so I think my initial joke to him was going to be, when he asked me to fix it, my initial joke was going to be, I'm going to fix it, and send him a picture of a hammer pointing directly at his engine. But I felt a bit cruel doing that. But yeah, that was quite entertaining. That was an entertaining thought. I can't get my words out now. But yeah. Donk. But yeah, it's my little joke to Joe. So any loco request for the next stream, mention them now, because I'm going to write it down. I've already written down the locos that didn't end up running today in the stream, which is Hinton Manor and Thorn number 1. TGV. I haven't got one of them, sadly. I only have British engines. Well, I say that. I have one Australian engine, which is the Intercity XPT. Manor, that's already written down. Hinton, that's a mainline one. It's about 40 years old, and when I bought it for 25 quid, it had its original factory lubrication. It was brilliant. Barely turned a wheel in its lifetime of like 40 odd years. But yeah, I've got Hinton Manor down and Thorn number 1. So yeah. But I doubt it'll be a next stream. It depends, because I am tempted to do a Bristol Harbour stream. 153 could do that. It doesn't like me, that loco, but I mean, I'll write it down. It's the Arriva one. 4555, like I ran earlier, yeah. Yeah, that'd be alright. And then I'll probably pick a couple extra onto that for another stream. Yeah, my 153 doesn't like me. The only DMU I've got, Jack, is the 153. It's I mean, it's a loco I have. That's all I see the 153 as. I'm not that particularly keen on it. Sorry, I wanted to see a little bit of tiny speck of blue tack on the lamp iron of my E4. It's just getting rid of it. But yeah, I mean, it's I've got that written down. Those are all, well, I think the Manor would survive on the inner line quite well, but I got 4 locos for the outer line, so that'll be alright, and I'll pick some for the inner line. 4110, that's another outer line one, but I've noted them down, and I'll probably leave it at that for now, because then that's plenty of locos for a stream. for the outer line. I've got to pick ones for the inner line because locos are a bit funny. So the requests I take in are normally ones that will run on the outside. Because I'm the only one that knows what runs on the inner line. A1, I got Scotty. Bless me. I got old Scotsman. That can survive on the inner line because it's an older model. That'll do. That's plenty. Because I like to pick a couple myself as well. Maybe the E4, I don't know. But yeah, I've got a few things written down. Thatcher's is going down well. That's because I'm quite thirsty. And it's quite sweet. Not as sweet as the cider at the railway, though. Not that sweet. The prairie cider's nice and that. But yes, I mean, ran some trains today. Wasn't fully successful because I basically had to cut out on the Class 25 on Teak passenger train, which it already had pulled, that, what's it called? It already pulled a freight train, that's it. My mind went blank and I think I fell asleep briefly then. And the Hunslet didn't manage to get a run, but that's written down for the next stream anyway. Ooh, glad you like it. This Scottish whiskey I've got is White and Mackay. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's like a miniature. I think it'll be nice, that. But I shall have that another time. It was this, Guinness or Thatcher's that were my contenders for tonight's drink. Didn't fancy the beer. Didn't feel like beer tonight. That'll be more of a not stream one. No, I haven't, Dan. Sorry, I'm just sorting out my Barclay. I mean, I don't know why I'm sorting it out, because, I mean, it's gone past the coronation there. So I don't know why I've still got it in its guise for celebration. More or less, I quite like it in the bunting. I think it's quite smart. Okay. I must admit, Dan, the only whiskey I tend to drink is this stuff, because I quite like it. Oh, there you go, Natty. Yeah, I'll keep it on there. I think it looks quite nice. I've just knocked the disc off, but I think it looks quite nice. I only done one side because I'm sure you'd be able to guess that double O gauge bunting is incredibly small, and I made it out of cotton and tiny cuts of paper glued with super glue. Now, as you can probably tell as well as that my fingers started getting stuck together. Well, I don't think I stuck them together. I more gave my fingers a nice coating of super glue, and because of the stressful of how fiddly it is and how I was getting super glued, I decided to do one side only, which I was giving up after about 4 triangles in. So yeah, I'll probably keep it on there. I mean, it's alright for photos for like Instagram and that, just having one side done. But yeah. Yeah, it's a good thought, that. Did you watch the coronation then, Natty? What's that in the back of my eye there? Or am I just seeing things? Oh, it's just the window glazing. I woke up in time before they went out the palace. Oh, you were in London, blimey. Well, that's brilliant, dear. Hear that? Yeah, I watched it on the TV, you know. I watched up until the fly past. I never watched a concert or anything. But yeah, I watched the fly past. That's as far as I went, and then I sort of continued with my day sort of thing. I'm thinking of buying yet another film camera. Says the person who has more film cameras than digital cameras. Yeah. The problem with is this isn't a generic film camera like what I've already got. It's meant to be quite a decent one, and it should be for being over £100. For a film camera from the late 70s to early 80s, it's got to be decent. Coaches, what about them, Jack? Tell you what, whilst you answer me, Jack, I'm going to disappear. I'll be like 1 minute. Oh, hang on. Panniers running with my auto coaches. Oh, nice. I was thinking of well, if I ever get an auto coach, I'll run it with the Prairie, because I think that'd look nice. Pannier tanks are these things where I think you can't have one. You've got to have loads. There's so many different panniers. Pardon me. They suit so many liveries. And yeah, sort of endless stream of panniers is probably coming my way. I mean, I've got 2 of the exact same pannier. It's down to the number, but yeah. Right, I'll be back in 1 or so minutes. I'm just going to roll out of sight. Yeah, ignore that. Basically, my computer chair found a little bit of Hornby track. And this Airfix one, yeah, I think they're quite decent. When you mentioned Terrier, I went and got my Terrier. Piccadilly, well, one of my 3 Terriers. This is my latest Loco, so I've bought this one. So Natty, you hadn't seen this one, Piccadilly. It's quite a nice little thing. Adam said, "Lol, I assume that was to my amazing disappearing act," and then you see the door open. Oh dear. Yeah, sort of roll back on the computer chair, then come back to drop off a few bits and bobs I've brought in. Thought, well, I've got to bring the chair back. Then managed to get caught on some track. And that was that moment then where I was like... But yeah, I mean... that was a bit awkward, that. But yeah, I mean... I got this little thing. I've had it for a while. The Cranwell's actually got one. You probably can't read it because it'll be back to front, but it says East Somerset Railway, Cranwell Railway Station, Shepton Mallet, an express parcel van. Nice little terrier. I'm told they are worth having. I mean, the old ones are quite nice. They're quite sweet and they're quite robust and reliable and long lasting and all that. And the modern ones are quite nice and sweet and probably long lasting. Oh, it's not for you, is it? Oh, showing me it's back to front, so there you go. East Somerset Railway. I've had it for ages. Had it before I joined the railway, bought in a charity shop. And found out the Cranwell does have one, but theirs is in worse condition because half the bumper's fallen off of theirs. So yeah, I mean, I'm just filling my table with Locos at the moment. Just went and brought this in because it wants putting away in a bit. How's the cider? It's alright, cider, isn't it? Easy to drink. Well, I guess anything is. I don't know if I told you about this one, Natty, or not, but it's my Midland Compound. Well, not LMS 1000. This is an old Hornby one, right? But it's been renumbered, and not only has it been renumbered, it's had components from one side of the model chopped off and put on the other side. It's had quite a bit of modification. Real coal. And I picked it up at the Somerset and Dorset for 10 quid. It said running. It was in their Scrap Heap Challenger box, I think they call it. Remember that TV show? I used to love watching that. But anyway, it was in there for 10 quid, and I thought, oh, I'd like that. So I got it. And now I have, well, I've had it for a while now. I've had it since November. But, yeah, it's nice. It's quite reliable as well. I mean, I haven't ran it for a while, and then I put it on the track yesterday, and it was quite good. I mean, it's tender driven. You can sort of see there. The problem is, it's the clip that joins the tender and that together, well, the pin, the bit of metal around it is a bit loose now, so sort of doesn't get along. Sort of, no, that's sort of in your way. I've run out of space. That's what I'm dealing with. I think I can roll this in front. Making space. Hardest thing to do. That's why I built a workbench. You haven't seen that either, Natty, but I have built a workbench. It's not in this building at the moment, but I have built a workbench. Basically, it pulls out a bit like the keyboard section on a computer desk. Well, my one has it where you can pull it out. I mean, I've pulled it out now, but you can't see it. But you know, you sort of pull it out, and it's to give you more leg room. And then it's got drawers in it, and it's all right. It's made of birch ply, so it doesn't look anything too fancy, but it's alright. It's solid. Biscuit jointed together and everything. Just disposing of some cider. Being sensible. Only 2. Move that because that's tangled in wire. Yes, lately I've basically accidentally had an overload in drink. So I'm sort of... This is the first day of cutting it down. I've had it for a week. Like half a fridge full. Well, half a shelf of a fridge, sorry. But yeah. I mean, I've got another bottle of cider, but I'll have that another day. Have that one night with my tea or something on a nice day. But yeah. So how have your days been then, out of everyone who... Well, the 4 people apparently who are watching. If you haven't said already, I've probably already asked. I'm just running out of questions. Oh dear. Running out of things to say, basically. It's a bit awkward when you haven't got the availability to say, this loco's running really nicely. Oh no, this one's derailed. Oh, I better sort that. You sort of run out of things to say after that disappears. Yeah, the phone's charging. It would have been completely dead by now if it wasn't. I asked the phone if it was charging because I swiped down and it won't tell me from this way round, this orientation. So, had your interview postponed? What was that for, Joe? If you dare want to say. I basically spent my day waiting to do this. I say this, more run the trains, but you know. The thing is, if I ask the phone what percentage it's on, you'll lose internet for a second. Working on your scooter. Ooh. To reconnect, and we're back. Need to strip all the lead paint and apply some red oxide. Ooh. I bought a scooter very, very long time ago. And I've been out on it twice. That's it. I stripped the stickers off it because it had some appalling stickers on it. And that's it. I mean, that's since I used it. I don't use stuff like that really myself. Would be useful really using one, but I mean, because it's a bit faster. Bit faster to get about on one of them, but I mean, nah. $1950s one. That sounds quite good. That sounds very interesting. Tell you what, I was at a memorial. Well, there was this bloke who I vaguely knew, and he died in hospital with COVID a couple of years ago now, I think, and because it was during COVID, there weren't really enough. They couldn't have the people round for a funeral really, so. You know, he would have had his funeral, but they'd done a memorial for, friends of his to go and what have you. I went there and, oh my goodness, he still had his police bike, because basically he worked for the police. He pulled bodies out the River Thames and stuff like that, because he used to be a policeman on the River Thames and all that. And I remember seeing an old photo of him on the boat, you know. But he had his original old police bike, looked immaculate, you know, it'd be original paint and everything. And do you know what? That was lovely to see that. And they brought to the front of the memorial his beloved police bike, and it was immaculate. Yes, definitely. I mean, people were restricted on him, I think, weren't they? I can't really remember now. It feels like so long ago, but at the same time it feels like it was only yesterday, you know. But yeah, I mean, at home and work off a computer and stuff like that. It was quite unusual. But yeah, I mean... Oh yeah, I was saying about getting a film camera. A Canon A1, meant to be quite a decent camera. Have you got L92? No. It's L92 and 4247 that I haven't got. 4247, not fussed about at the moment because we've got a couple of years. I mean, there's plenty of time anyway to get any model, but L92 is the hardest engine I've... Oh, pardon me. This Thatcher's is too gassy. I'm trying to prevent it, but, you know, it's hard work. L92, no. The second L92 appears on eBay, someone swiped it. Someone's got it. And every time that one has come up, it's after I've spent my money on something. Here's the thing, I'm going to buy my Canon A1 and then one will pop up. Now I can buy one anyway, but, you know. I just know I got the money there. I got the money there that I could just swipe. Well, you technically wouldn't mean renumber, Joe, but that has been a thought. But at the same time, it was like 4555. I was recommended by a retailer, just renumber one, it'll be easier. And I'm like, I could, but then the only people that I can see do the transfers, they haven't got a reference photo and things like that. It's like just going to be easier if I just buy L92 as is. So yeah, I mean, it's basically what I've done with 4555 as well. Notification from Hattons saying, hey, we've got one, DCC fitted. Okay, I'll take that, even though it's DCC fitted, because I'll buy a blanking chip for it. So yeah, I've got a DCC chip for a small Prairie now. I got one for the Barclay because it comes DCC fitted when it shouldn't have. Oh no, my Thatcher's is nearly empty. What a shame. I'll put that on the list, Jack. That's a good half hours of engines now. I mean, I can fit Scotsman on there, so that's 3 hours. I'll pick the engines for the inner line. But yeah, that's plenty of engines now. Otherwise, because I mean, I'm not even planning on... Well, I don't know when I can next do a live stream anyway. But I mean, that's... Yeah, be a while. I've got the Harbour live stream to do as well. But yeah. 6 people watching. Didn't realise that. Hello. Don't know why you're watching. Well, you get your choice. But yeah. You're 7 now. I'm just sat here chatting away. I've ran my trains now because I ran out of... Well, the battery got too low for filming trains, but... I mean, yeah. I mean, when I spoke to... I think it was Joe and Dan, I think it was Joe who said they like watching this sort of bit. Or enjoyed just the chatting bit, which, to be fair... it's nice because I don't have to constantly watch engines and worry that they're going to come off the track and it's going to be awkward to put them back on. But at the same time, I run out of things to say. So yeah, I mean, what's down there? Just bits of paperwork and that. Wad of paper that's lasted absolutely forever. Yeah. Got Z gauge mallard there, but I mean, it's not a runner. The 110's a double heading. See, I think if I get a, well, it's not on my priorities, but I want to get a 108. That would be nice. But I get in Network Southeast livery because I like that livery. I got a class 50 in that livery, but it's sort of, it hasn't got its traction tyres, so it's a bit weak. As in, it's very weak. But yeah, I mean, on my list is a 108, seeing as we got one. I was tempted to get a Triang DMU and then just turning it into our DMU into the right livery and that, and I was, be nicer to have a proper 108, even if it is in Network Southeast, which, to be fair, was its original one of the original liveries it wore. Is it L231? Something like that. I can't remember. We just call it the DMU, don't we? Someone started calling the Ivot the 46. So some people call it the 46, but a lot of us used to always call it just the Ivot. It was only the Western engines that we referred to by the first two numbers, like the 56, the 52, the 41, but someone started calling it the 46, so some people now call it the 46. I mean, I think I'll forever say Ivot, but you know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, basically. I mean, it's like, we'll say the 52, like, it works alright for stuff like the 56 and that, because they're known as 56 double X's, but then when you got the 52s that are actually 5205s, and say we got, when we have 5542, it'd be the 55, when, you know, it's a 4575, sorry, my mind's a bit scrambled at the moment. But you just refer to them as the first number. It's like the 41. The 41's a 5101. But we call it the 41. It's just how it goes. Best way to refer to it, because they've always got a different number to begin with, so. But yeah, I mean, normally the Great Western engines, at least, are referred to by that. I mean, Lady Nan just gets called Nan. The Ivot has always used to be the Ivot, but it started being referred to as the 46 more now. Always confused me to begin with when people started saying the 46, because I thought, are you trying to say the 56? No, the Ivot. Oh, okay. So used to calling it the Ivot. But yeah, technical stuff. Just thinking, the box I'm going to put a terrier on is for a terrier. There you go. Do what I done on a previous stream, then people can see a loco. That's practically empty now. I'm just sort of hoping to save a little bit. Panniers and prairies, manors and castles. Sounds like you're starting a poem there, Adam. There is a poem. I wrote it out somewhere. It's over there somewhere. I mean, I've got somewhere a book of railway poetry. And Night Mail. But yeah, I mean, I've got it somewhere. I've got the British Railways advert version as well. I'm just thinking, where is it? There it is. Sort of at the bottom of the stuff. There we go. Just smashed into stuff, but poetry. That's my own. There's the British Railway. See, the original Night Mail poem. Yeah, that's the one, Adam. The original one's quite a large poem, actually. But the British Railway advert is actually much shorter, because it's this is a night mail crossing the border, bringing the cheque and the postal order. Letters for the rich, letters for the poor. The shop at the corner and the girl next door. Pulling up, he took a steady climb. The gradient's against her, but she is on time. Passing the shunter, intent on its toil. Moving the coke, the coal, and the oil. Girders for bridges, plastic for fridges. I know I'm not reading it in a in a really nice way, but you know. Girders for bridges, plastic for fridges, bricks for the site are required by tonight. Grimy and grey is the engine's reflection. Down to the docks for the metal collection. And this is the British Railway advert. Try the third verse, really. The passenger train is full of commuters bound to the office to work in computers. The teacher, the doctor, the actor in fast, the type of the banker, the judge in first class, reading the Times with a crossword to do, returning at night on the 6:42, which was a pacer. The original. Well, this is the... This is the... Oh, this was before I had the little correction thing, because when I didn't have the correction thing, I just stuck bits of, what's a computer? Before I had the correction thing, I glued little bits of paper on. This is the nightmare, the original. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the cheque and the postal order. Letters for the rich, letters for the poor. The shop at the corner and the girl next door. Pulling up, he took a steady climb. The gradient's against her, but she is on time. Past cotton grass and moorland boulder. Shoveling white steam over her shoulder. Snorting noisily as she passes. Silent miles of wind-bent grasses. Birds turn their heads as she approaches. Stare from the bushes at her blank-faced coaches. Sheepdogs cannot turn her course, they slumber with the paws across. In the far she passes, no one wakes, but a jug... I'm sort of running out of words. But a jug in the bedroom gently shakes. Dawn freshens, her climb is done. Down towards Glasgow she descends. Towards the steam tugs yelping down a glade of cranes, set on the dark plain like a gigantic chessman. All Scotland waits for her, in dark glens beside pale green locks, men long for news. About halfway through. Letters of thank, letters from the banks, letters of the... I basically can't speak anymore. That's basically what it's turned into. Matt can't speak. Letters of thanks, letters from banks, letters of joy from girl and boy, receipted bills and invitations to inspect new stock or visit relations, and applications for situations and time lovers' declarations, and gossip from all the nations, news circumstantial, news financial. Letters with holiday snaps to enlarge in, letters from uncles, cousins and aunts, letters to Scotland from the south of France, letters with condolence to Highlands and Lowlands. Written on paper of every hue, the pink, the violet, the white, the blue. Where am I? The cold and the official and the hearts outpouring, clever, stupid, short and long, the typed and the printed and the spelt all wrong. Thousands are still asleep, dreaming of terrifying monsters or a friendly tea beside the band in Cranston's or Crawford's. Asleep in working Glasgow, asleep in well-set Edinburgh, asleep in granite Aberdeen, they continue in their dreams, but shall wake up soon and hope for letters, and none will hear the postman's knock without a quickening of the heart, for who can bear to feel himself forgotten? Thanks. I read that. I tend to read the same line a million times and stuff like that, and that took a bit of breath and effort, that. Luckily, when I wrote myself a little poem, it was little. Oh dear. I get that, yeah. I mean, it's a lovely poem. I got a whole book of poems. It's called Railway Songs or something like that. That's that one empty. Ran out of drinks now. Well, I haven't ran out of drinks. Just I haven't got one to hand now. That was awesome. I mean, I didn't read it in the nice way as poems are normally read, but, you know. I think that's the only ones I've typed up, is the British Rail version, the proper version, because that was when I fairly recently got my typewriter. Well, there you go. I made a poem called Forever a Railwayman, and it's a very short one, if you're interested in hearing it. I mean, I was a bit bored one night and decided to write a poem. It went through a few little changes as I went along and that. I tend to like doing poetry when I feel like it, not all the time. Once every so often. Probably like once a year, you know. But yeah, I mean, should have read that poem a bit slower to you, but I mean, I was just started off quick and carried on quick. But yeah. So, tell you what. I mean, you can't really see it that clear, can you? But there's Coronation. When the Burns take you. Well, I'll read Forever a Railwayman. This is what I wrote myself. It's probably not very good, but I mean, I got bored one night and wrote it, and I was quite happy that night. I don't know if I had alcohol that night. No, I didn't. I don't think so, at least. Smoke and steam, in Great Western Green, lies a mighty machine with a metallic sheen. With the sun's golden glow, these locomotives aren't built for show, for they are to show off their might whilst giving young children a fright, with the fire glowing so bright. The whistle screams, making the driver's smile beam. With veins until the end of his days, the smoke, the steam, and the dear locomotive in Great Western Green. That's what I wrote one day, one night, when I got a bit bored. Little poem, why not? I like poems. I mean, I don't really read them. I don't really write them. But I like them. They're just something nice. That was like the first poem I wrote this year. Or the only one. Did I even write it this year? Yeah, I would have done. But yeah. Little one. I'm sure you could guess it was targeted towards the Great Western Railway. I've thought about doing a couple more every now and then, but it's more of when the mood takes you, you know. You don't want to force it out of you. It's like photography, really. I don't want to force myself doing photography. I just do it as and when I like. But yeah, that was Forever a Railwayman. I have a better copy somewhere. I mean, the typewriter's down, put away at the moment. And if I used it here, you wouldn't see me because it would just be back of typewriter and paper slowly going down as you hear ding. Thing is, my computer monitor, which is basically you're leaning on my computer monitor, is touchscreen, which is very useful if your mouse has died and you haven't realised and you've got to do something, because my mouse is Bluetooth. The only problem is it's not like a phone where it's touchscreen to just your fingers and that. It's touchscreen to anything that will touch it. And say you have the computer on and you're typing on the typewriter, and you're using your computer as you're typing because of course the carriage is going along and the paper's touching it, it's swiping it, so I have to sort of tuck it under the monitor. But then he was not a good poet. I've never heard of him. But yeah, that was just bit of boredom, bit of let's write a poem, and that was that. I think I tried to write some. I went to Weymouth on holiday like last year for a few days, and where I stayed, like you looked out the window and it was where the old railway was, like the harbour railway. And I think I tried making poetry about that railway, about how it's gone but not forgotten and stuff like that. And I think I dramatically failed at it, but you know. I mean, that little one I spent probably an hour doing, you know. Just a bit of fun on an evening, you know. But yeah, bit of poetry, bit of time spending, well, wasting. But I've got a good poem out. Well, what I see as a nice poem. Just looking around. Anything to show? Not really. What time is it? Oh no, it's not on charge. It went. Oh, it's 10:05. Thought it'd be a bit later than that actually. It says I've only been going 2 hours on here. I mean, that's probably about right actually. Well, if you discard the fact that it cut off, so I can't remember how long through the stream I was when it cut off, so I guess an hour, something like that, less than that. So probably nearly 3 hours I've been going. But I mean, it ain't cut off on me now, touch wood. Quite warm at the moment. I mean, I have been warm since I started this stream, but you know. 5 people watching this way, so it must be some form of entertaining. Tell you what. You can't see this. There you can. Great Western Railway Rulebook. The 1993 rulebook. And this is a reprint from 1938. And it comes with these supplements. Just adjustments to the rules. You better go sleep, that's alright, Natty. So, hopefully see you soon and talk to you soon. Take care, and it's nice seeing you. I shall look forward to seeing you next time at the railway. So take care, Natty, and I will pass on my message to Nathan after this. Just a few adjustments. Well, in this book it says reprint from 1938, including supplements 1 to 9, but I've got number 10 on here, so I've got a later one. I will bring 39 next time I'm in. Brilliant, Natty. I mean, if you can respond to emails at all, then let me know when you're about, because then I'll try and come in, okay? We'll have to talk about micro layouts again as well. Ooh, drop the supplements, but rusty old staples. I mean, I can't get them now, but I've got booklets on how to fix HSTs and stuff like that, and a manual to the 08 shunter and stuff like that. I mean, the original carriage key I've got gets used now and then. What else? I mean, the driver's bag's full of those documents. The driver's jacket gets used. The overcoat is wool and too hot for me, but it is nice. But yeah. Bardic's on. I don't know what's better, with or without. There you go, I'm evil. I mean, once I lean back here, it's no different. There you go. Sort of blinding in my eye, though. So you're going to have to live without. I'm sorry. I mean, I got this one. I sort of can't adjust that high, though. I got this light over the desk, but I don't think it's doing anything. We'll find out. No, it hasn't done anything, has it? Oh no, very slightly on my face. It's only a little 3 LEDs thing. Me? No. It's one of those weekends where you don't do much. Chill a bit. Rest. Have some peace. Sort of one of them. Possibly buy a camera. One of those. I was saying to someone yesterday or the day before, I said, oh, I was going to look up to you because they bought something, and I was going to look up to you and say, oh, I'd love it if I buy myself some little things, you know, treat myself now and then to little things. And then I realised, when I treat myself, it's expensive things. It's locos. That's when I treat myself. When I buy nice expensive locos. And I mean, this isn't the perfect time to put expensive locos and show an old terrier, but still. It's when you know, cameras and that. I mean, I've got a few film cameras. If I get some. Now it's got a neck strap, this one, and I've got a book down here on building locos. Building like locos from scratch out of metal and that. That's another film camera. And that's another film camera. I doubt everything's going to go smoothly as I take that. Oh no. I'm just getting a bunch of film cameras out now. Just don't mind me. I'll go through them. Might as well get the old Harman one out as well. Yeah, 4 film cameras I got. Just getting a bunch of stuff now because time passing. So I mean, I started off with, well, film camera wise, I started off with, if I just turn this on, a little basic Harman I don't know actually. I do not know. Never really thought of it. I just quite like the railway as it is and what they run in general and what they get. I just makes it what it is, I think. I mean, there's an engine I'd like to see in steam one day, but I mean, that's just in general. I mean, I got this Harman camera. Oh dear. Being a bit stupid there, aren't I? So you can go in the back and just... Well, I better turn that off. Film camera. Little basic. It's plastic construction, but it was cheap when I needed a film camera. This is my latest. I built it. It's annoyingly not working at the moment, which needs me pulling it apart, which I don't want to do. But what's nice about it is you fold out the top, you can sort of see what you're taking photos of. You just see my hand going over the lens. But that's a nice little one I built. Then we go into the proper older ones. The ones that take 127 film. This is an old Kodak Brownie, which to get inside, you undo it on the bottom, the whole middle just comes out like that. And funnily enough, I took some photos with it and developed the film. And the film, the negatives, well, the colour, the tones were very good. It would have been brilliant film. If I had realised this camera was missing a lens when I bought it, then I would have saved myself from buying 15 quid film that took 8 photos and making 8 beautifully blurry photos that sadly would have come out fantastically. But I mean, it's a nice little camera. I bought it in a charity shop for like a £5. So if I ever find a lens for it cheap, I might get it. But the thing is, I can't really use 127 film anymore because, I mean, I had access to a darkroom and all the chemicals, but now I don't. It's like, and 127 film, no one really knows much about it. So when you go to have film developed, it's normally just 120 or 35mm. And this is 127, which I can't remember if it's smaller than 120 or a bit bigger. Took my first picture on a 128. Mine had a chip out of it and covered. Yeah, that's the old trick. So yeah, the thing is, these are my only 35mm cameras. They're only basic ones. This was like a Haynes kit, and like it's not working at the moment. And I'm thinking, seeing as 35mm is going to be the only thing I can do, because 127 film is going to be, well, I can't find anyone that can do it. Probably a couple £100 before I think about chemicals, which is mad. A couple £100 before you even got the chemicals. I mean, it would last, but it's just sort of, do I want to spend that money and turn something into a dark room just for the sake of my cameras that are most expensive to use in general anyway? This is my oldest. It's from the 1930s. And you can't activate until you pull that up. It's got little, you know, it's a lovely thing. It's another 127. It's got a few settings on the front. The Zeiss icon, so it's German. I mean, if I just... You've got the red viewing at the back, which the film is paperbacked, so you can see what number image you are. You just wind it until it says stop. But there's a few different settings on it. So you have one where you literally press it once and it opens up, and then you shut it. I mean, you can't see that. I mean, you probably see it that way. There you go. You can just hold it. You've got to press it again. Then you got the middle setting, which is, I don't know. There you go. Is that? There you go. For as long as you hold it, that's when it's open. And then I is just, you just press it down and it'll do it. I love a little phone camera. And it's got the little thread in the bottom for a tripod. I mean, it's a lovely little camera, and it's nice and old and that, and it works fine because I've used it. Took a photo of the best photo that I got out of it was, yeah, it is. So, I mean, it's a nice, it's still got its case, although the case is practically falling apart. It's nice, it's just, it's expensive to use, and I'd have to get my own setup to use it now, which is such a shame. Hey up, alright Nathan, happy birthday. Didn't think you'd turn up considering it's your birthday. Natty's been on already, and he told me to wish you a happy birthday for you. I was going to message you after the stream. I finished running trains because my battery went low. It's pretty high enough to run trains again, actually. But, I mean, because I've got the Bardic on at the moment to show some cameras off. Piccadilly's a bit bright. I mean, it's probably a bit dark in here now, but, I mean, a little terrier. It's on a terrier box, because the Hornby Terrier box is the right height where I can, like, put locos, and it's the right height to show in the frame. Merry Christmas. Hope you're not too drunk, Nathan. Hope you're not too drunk. I'm going to turn this back on. I'll probably do. I have 3 terriers. For some reason I thought I had one more, but I don't. I was just talking cameras. Just gone through my 4 film cameras after saying I want to get another. Now I'm going to go through digital ones. I mean, the strap was a fairly recent addition. This camera, this is a PowerShot SX430IS, which a little flash on it. 45, where is it? It's on the side somewhere. 45 optical zoom. It's a little digital one. It's fully automatic. Now, only 6 drinks and 3 bowls of peas. I read some about bowls of peas. I mean, I've only had 2 Thatchers tonight, but I mean, I've got 3 beers in the fridge, 4 cans of Guinness, but I mean, I shan't be drinking all that tonight. I just had the Thatchers today, and that'll do for me. Although I have run out of drinks. I got ID'd for the peas. Oh yeah, that's about right. You get ID'd for peas. Yeah, you got to be certain. You got to be 18 to have peas. You get too drunk off peas. Yeah, this is a little 20 megapixel Canon. It doesn't see the use too much. I mean, I've took photos of the moon with it and that, but it's the reason it doesn't get used much is because I've got one that I'll show you now, actually, as soon as it links up better, which is my little PowerShot SX720HS. I've had it over a year now, and I've used it so much that the letters have faded on it. But I mean, it's my most used camera, and I've used it for photography. Yeah, we waited for the barman that brought them to watch me have the last spoonful. But yeah, this is the little camera I use all the time. just if I want a camera, this is the one I take with me, because it just, I mean, I've got a pocket up here, but you can't see it. I mean, it fits in your pocket, and that's fine. It's a take it anywhere and don't have to lug anything else. You've got an old Samsung thing somewhere. This is my other one. Out of my digital cameras, I don't think I've bought a single camera. I bought the film camera kit. The £5 one was, I was given the money to get it. I was given the 1930s camera because it's been in the family for years, never used in the family. I was bought the automatic Canon a couple years ago now, for the sake of, well, just bought it. I was given the little Canon because family weren't using it anymore, and it's the best camera in the world in my opinion, even though it's only little, fits in your pocket, it take photos of the moon and everything. And then this one, which is a Canon 70D, which is, it's the only camera I got where you can take the lenses off and swap them. I've got 2 lenses for it, but I don't really use it. It's 18 years old now, and it hasn't got auto shake. Is that the word? Anti-shake, that's the one. So I can barely take clear photos with it, which is a shame. I accidentally adjusted the oh, that's another day's job, I think. Oh, there we go. I accidentally adjusted something on it. But yeah, I mean, it's a nice little camera. Digital, it's quite decent, but I mean, it's just if you can take good photos with them. If you're steady enough, then they're all right. I mean, I've took good photos with them. But out of all my cameras, I use the little Canon the most because it just fits in your pocket and it's so handy to have. It fit, you know, there's no excuse not to take it, you know, it just fits. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it's all right. But I'm thinking of buying another film camera, seeing as I've only got this one I built, which is, yeah, not working at the moment because I need to pull it apart again. It was perfectly working when I made it, and then I looked at it the other day, and yeah, but yeah, I just went and it wasn't even doing that clicking sound, but I don't think it's working still. I mean, I look like an absolute idiot doing this, but sort of don't know if it's working or not, and there's not really a good way to tell. So my proper 35mm camera is this little Harman one, which you can get the developer chemicals easy enough. Yeah, you can. It's just, I mean, I could easily get the stuff for probably about £100, the bag and everything to develop the film myself. It's more having to get an enlarger, which is going to be the painful bit, and I'm sort of like, haven't really got the space for an enlarger because it's sort of something that you've got to keep in the right place. Which, where's the most ideal place for a dark room? A bathroom, because you've got the bath to put the chemicals in. Just a photographic enlarger sat in the bathroom where there isn't really room for one anyway. It's sort of like, yeah. Because of course because you do one bath for about a minute, which is the developer. Then you have, I think it's more of a wash it off for 20 seconds. Then you have the fixer that fixes it on, and then you sort of run it under constant flowing water for 10 minutes. Of course, you need somewhere where there's constant flowing water. I mean, I guess you could chuck it in the sink, really. But yeah, I mean, it's nice. But it's sort of something I would consider doing in the future, but not just yet. Getting all the darkroom stuff set up, sort of a future thought. Just turn the Bardic off. So yeah, I mean, it's just a case of when it's best to do it and stuff like that. 35mm is easy because you can buy the film. I mean, it's still much more expensive. Just seen a bit of stuff on the back of the Terrier, polystyrene. It's still much more expensive, but I mean, you can buy the film, you can send it off, and that. The 127 stuff, though, you know, I mean, I've only got one camera that will work well with 127. I've sort of got one of each of 127 and 35 that's all right, and then the other two that are sort of no, because the other 127, the Brownie, needs a lens. But yeah, but I'm thinking of getting a Canon A1 because they're meant to be probably one of the most decent film cameras you can get, and should be, considering lots of film cameras are cheap, but quite dirt cheap. But the Canon A1s are fetching over £100 quite easy on eBay, so you know, yeah, the little Harman. It's nice little thing. It's like a celebrational thing. It's sort of like, hey, we used to make these, let's make a plastic one to celebrate, you know. I'm just mucking about with a flash on it. But yeah, that's film cameras and digital. So yeah, 4 film cameras, 3 digital ones. And yeah, I want another film camera. The thing is, I'm quite sorted with digital just for this one that fits in your pocket. It's fine for me. Just sit there with it. Fits in your pocket. Easy. Chuck the images on the computer. It's got Wi-Fi. You can just connect it to your phone, download it like that. I mean, it's nice. This is the thing with digital cameras, is you take a photo and you know it's bad straight away, so you can delete it and there and then and do it right. But with film, you don't know until like a week later at least, when you finally get your film scans back. And that's when you start going, took it in the wrong lighting, I done this wrong, you know. Oh, just bash my knuckle against the table. That's not ideal. Never is, really. Sort of need a drink. Just thinking, what's the best drink to get? Because I mean, the only cider I got is too big. Too big for me, really. I just want a little drink. I'll go get a non-alcoholic drink. Right, I'll just be back in a minute or two. But yeah, I will be back. So just admire the Terrier. Right, I'm back. Cherry flavoured tooth rot. Well, it's Coke. It's the 0 sugar one, but I like to call Coke tooth rot. I've done for about a year now. But yeah. Just needed something quick, something to grab. That was in the fridge. I think I finished my little photography cameras thing. I mean, I've got 5 locos on the desk filling up the space. A Bardic lamp, well, that just lives there anyway. 3 digital and 3 film cameras there, and then a film one there. I've basically got no room here. I'm struggling to breathe here, basically, you know. Not literally. I can breathe perfectly. Oh, I forgot to put my Thatchers in the bin. Forgot to put the Thatchers away. What a shame. Oh well. I'll probably wake up in the morning and still be looking at them. I'll be like, what's that? Yeah. Well, this half of the stream's been going for nearly 3 hours, so that's alright. I mean, my longest stream was 6 hours. I'm definitely not doing one of them. Definitely not. The 6 hour stream was... What's something... Up until like 2 in the morning it was, or something. Crazy something. Something like that. I mean, in general, 2 hours is a good length for a stream. I mean, more than that's alright. 3 hours is alright, but there's a point where it, you know, you should think about stopping, really. But yeah, my throat is really dry. That's why I went through that Thatchers. Any questions or anything? Any video requests? Well, I'm not that keen on filming running sessions at the moment. Not in the mood for running sessions. It's more... It's like, the live streams are fine, running sessions, because I'm normally in one position with the camera. I just voice that, you know, alright. But it's like... I don't know, it's just... It's one of those things, it's you're chasing around the layout, and because it's on the floor, it's not like you're stood up walking around the layout, you're sort of crawling along the floor around this layout, and it's like, it's exhausting, really. It's just like, oh, not again. Especially if you have a day, especially if you have a day where your back doesn't like working, and you've got a bad back and you're just crawling around. It's not fun. And that's why I'm not as keen on them at the moment. But I'll get into them. I am thinking of doing some reviews soon, but that requires like a running session. But I tend to aim for the running sessions to be about a minute long, because normally reviews are long enough anyway. So yeah. But yeah, any video requests, any certain locos you want to see reviewed, any generic model railway questions, any railway questions, fire them away. I mean, I've been forever thinking in the background of things, oh, let's review the Ivert, but I never do review the Ivert. Just always a common thought that never gets done. I mean, I can't really now, whilst the sides are 46447 and the front is 46426. That was the same with my Dapple Pro. I was like, oh, I'm in the mood to review it. And I told myself, do not make your modifications to it until you do a review. And then I went and done half the modifications and forgot. And I was like, yeah, I can't really wait now. Well, I've got to wait now till it's done. It is done now. But I now got to point out the modifications I made myself to the model in the video. Which it may only add 30 seconds onto a video, but I mean, time is always a thing with YouTube, because you've got to try and get a good enough time where people are going to watch your videos and watch enough and not get tired, which is quite awkward, and I don't think anyone can really master it, really. You just got to be lucky with who's watching. But yeah, any questions or requests, or I mean, I'm up perfect with loco requests, but video requests, I'm all ears. I mean, there's only 2 people watching at the moment. I'm assuming Adam is one of them. Don't know who the other is, whether Nathan's still watching or... Do you know any more volunteers or works even at the Tanfield? I spotted the... I don't really know any Tanfield lot. I mean, I want to go to Tanfield, but I've never been. I'd love to go. I know Nathan's been to Tanfield because he loves our railway. I'd love to go there. I think it'd be lovely. It's, from the photos I've seen, it's lovely to see the little industrials. See, a lot of heritage railways began with the little industrial engines, because they were affordable. Well, most affordable. You know, if you're trying to get every penny in and save every penny you can, but operate a steam railway, you're not going to run a big Jubilee when you've got a Peckett that can do the job. So you run the Peckett because it's cheaper. And because a lot of railways have eventually had enough money that they can run Jubilees and Black Fives and all that all the time, it's sort of like, sort of miss the industrials somewhat. That's why I like Buckinghamshire Railway Centre, even though they've only got demonstration lines. I mean, they've got a hall, and they're building a 7200 there. But I mean, apart from that, it's basically industrial engines. It's lovely seeing them. It's lovely. Loads of industrial engines there. But it's a lovely little railway, and it's like, Tanfield, you see a lot of industrial engines. I mean, I think it sounds weird because as nice as it is running behind a Jubilee, you also got... Well, I just like the thought of riding behind a little industrial working hard, because, I mean, you never really had the opportunity back in the day because you always rode behind the main engines. But to ride behind a little industrial working hard, it's nice. I've got a shout about a video, folks snooping around the Colne Valley Railway. Not good. They didn't show going in, but things have gone missing after video. This is the problem. I mean, to begin with, trespassing's a problem, but I mean, if you got permission, if you say, hi, am I allowed to come in and film in your shed with supervised permission, fair enough. But I mean, yeah, that's about right. I mean, when I went to the Middleton Railway, they've got a Hunslet number 45. It's a diesel shunter, and it used to live at East Somerset Railway. And it was out of the public way, so I wanted to see it and get some photos of it, you know. And so I went to one of the blokes in there. I said, I think he's got a book. I think they posted that he's an author or something. I said to him anyway, hey, I'm a volunteer at this railway. I know you've got this engine that used to be ours. Is there by any chance that I could go and see it? If not, perfectly fine. You know, if not, that's fine. I understand. And he said, yeah, we'll take you around. And he took me around to see it, and I got my photos. And then he took me into the workshop and pointed out every engine, because basically every engine in there was a set of frames practically, apart from a couple. And he was saying, this one's this one, this, Sir Berkeley was in there, because the boiler was just outside, having had its work done to it. It was sort of, just needed cladding and stuff like that. And he was like, this is this engine, this is that, and all that, and he was like, can't really take you through it, but if you just walk in and stand there, stood there and looked down, and do you know what, it was lovely seeing it, and, just being let round to have a look and take some photos. They were perfectly happy with that. Yeah, that's what it is, isn't it? I mean, I went to, I think it was that same week, I went to Keighley in Worth Valley. I said, hey, I'm a volunteer at this place. I was sort of hoping your Ivet was running because it's in that unique red. I said, if there's any chance I can go in there, is that all right? With supervision, of course. Am I right to see it? Is there a possibility as, if I can't, that's perfectly fine, I understand. And they said, they said, they stood there and thought and went, well, we can't at the moment because we're shunting. And he said, I was like, yeah, that's fine. He said, oh, if you come back tomorrow or come back another day, it'll be fine, or when we're not shunting. But we were so tight on time, and I was coming back down south, like the next day, it was that tight. So, I mean, I couldn't, which was such a shame, really. But, I mean, I understand why I couldn't go in there then. If I had the time to go there again and ask at another time and would have gone in, that would have been nice. But, I mean, you got to respect the people. And you got to understand. And when you volunteer, you understand certain things, You sort of understand, oh, yeah, if they're shunting's one of the most dangerous railway acts you can do. That's fair enough, not letting someone that you don't really know in, even if they're track safe and everything. It's fair enough. But, I mean, if the staff are happy to take you in and all is safe, they'll take you there. But if it's not, you just say, yeah, that's fine, I completely understand, thank you anyway, nice talking to you, goodbye, sort of thing. Only go places that you have permission to go, that's, don't go somewhere if you ain't got permission to go there. Yeah, I mean, I've seen photos, it looks lovely. But yeah, I wanted to see the Ivet, but just because the sake of them shunting, I just couldn't go through. And, he said, come back in an hour sort of thing. But we were literally, it was so tight on time, it was like I barely really had time to even look round the shed sort of thing. But when I next go there, I might ask again and might be able to have a look. But my main thing is I just wanted to see the Ivet. That's my main thing, because I love seeing the red Ivet. I think engines in red are lovely, but, red Ivet. I mean, painted the front end of the Ivet once in... It was after Goliath was done, and the Ivet rolled in the shed. Had a bit of work done to it. And, paint red oxide around the front of the smoke box. And it was with Natty, and I was like, this is brilliant. I said, we should just do the whole engine red, because I love red. They were steam testing. God, that was a little while ago then, Joe, because that thing's a ticket now. Yeah, keep me in touch with events and such. Hey ho, not so lucky, maybe get a catch some other time. Yeah, I mean, I'm not fussed. Like I said, shunting's so dangerous. I mean, I wouldn't... If our Sentinel was running around the yard and someone said, oh, can we have a look round the... Yeah, I mean, we haven't really got the facilities as such, like Keighley. I mean, I would say, sorry, we're shunting at the moment. If we can come back in an hour or two, then brilliant. If not, I'm sorry, can't today. But yeah. I mean, sometimes we do get the public just. There's an area of the railway around, because you can walk through the shed, the public can walk through the shed and that. And there's this area where it's all the ash ballast and that. And sometimes a member of the public will stroll up that way. And, you just. What I tend to do is I look to as long as there's no engines running around, I'll look to them and I'll go, look, hi, hope you're all right. I'm just going to stand here. I'm just going to stand here and be with you, because technically the public aren't supposed to be here, I normally say, but it's our fault we didn't put the chains up or something like that. I tend to say something like that. I say, just because you don't want to be all get off, all that, you've got to be nice to people, I mean, that's in general, isn't it? But you sort of just go, I'm happy for you to have a look around. As long as I'm here stood with you, I'm perfectly fine with you having a little look around. I mean, it's not too dangerous, the site. Have a little look. If you're going out of order, I'll tell you, sort of thing, And I sort of just stand with them. Normally, it's just stood in the ballasted area, and they just want to look at the ash pile, And I'll just stand with them and just escort them out the site. That's that. Job done. Of course, there's times you can't do that, and you can say, right, sorry, you've got to go. This area is private. Normally, I'd probably let you go, have a look, but, I dare say if it's shunting folks want to see, though, yeah, if you've got the time, Matt, be firm or ask someone you notice this too. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if someone's friendly enough, if someone's nice enough, I mean, there was one lad once who come to see us, and he said he was more of a diesel enthusiast, but he come over anyway and have a day out. And I was sat on the Ivett's frames doing a bit of brass, and I said to him, well, it's a shame our Sentinel shed's shut and the Sentinel's round the corner out of public view. I said, but I'll take you there, I'll show you it. Because seeing as you like diesels, I'll show you the engine in it, show you the diesel, I'll take you around. You're with me, you're safe. And, sometimes we let a member of the public on the footplate or someone we know, You don't need to be, as long as they're being safe. But yeah, I mean, as long as they're being sensible, and someone's there to be with them, and knowing that the place is safe to be stood there, then that's fine. But yeah. You just gotta, your surroundings, when it is and isn't safe. You tell them, you either tell them firm, sorry you can't be here, I'm sorry. Try and be as polite as possible. And that's that. I mean, I've seen it where a woman strayed out of public way past a sign that says private. And, I've seen a friend be so polite, and they'd be so angry and shouty about it. But I mean, it's like, I'm sorry, but there's a sign there. We have no choice but to tell you, sorry, you can't. I mean, we have a photographer. She's a volunteer, but not in the sense that she said, I want to volunteer and help out the railway, but I'm not that for the mechanical side. But I'll come here, I'm a photographer, professional photographer, do weddings, work for companies and all that. She said, I'll donate my photography, won't charge you anything, I'll come in, take photos, edit them, you can use them for advertising, simple as that. And I said to her before, I said, if you want to go, say like a diesel's parked around somewhere or somewhere out of the public way, I'll say, if you want to go somewhere, I'll take you there, as long as it's safe. I bought a train ticket, yes madame, and that, well, Yes, yeah. It's all down to insurance. If anything happens, yeah, exactly. I mean, I said to a bloke once, you know, yes, it was actually last week. He said, "Oh, is it safe for me to cross the crossing?" It was driver for a tenner. I was stood by the crossing. He said, "Is it safe?" I said, "Yep, you're fine." I think he might have been one step or two over, and I said, "I'm sorry, but can I just ask you to step just one step back, and you're perfectly fine." And he said, "Yep, that's fine." I said, "You know, it's." You're safe. It's for your safe. He was very understanding. You know, he wasn't one to argue back. It was like, yeah, that's perfectly fine. I understand. It's for my safety. And I said, yeah. You know, if anything happens, we don't want to see anything happen. You know, and we don't want to. We got the amount of paperwork that would have to be filled in for stuff. You know, and he was like, yeah, that's fine. Understand. Perfect. And it's always good when you get the sort of people that are like, "Oh, yeah, I understand, thank you, thanks for letting me know, it's for my safety," and that. It's when you have the people who get a bit funny about it. That's why when I go to people, I say, if someone's walked out a bit far, I say, "Hello, I'm going to stand here and supervise. Normally public's not meant to be in this area, but I've concluded it's a safe area. I know it's safe, and I will stand there with you. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy for you to look around. As long as I know where you are, I can tell you if you're going too far or not. Because if you talk to them like that, you're still letting them look where they wanted to look. But there's always someone there who knows what's safe, and it's a nicer way instead of saying, "Sorry, get off." And it's a way that breaks people down a bit. Because they're like, right, I know I'm not meant to be here now, but, it's more of, yeah, right, I've been told, I don't know how to do it, but he said it in a nice way, and he's letting me look around, and there's someone to supervise me, make sure I'm safe, and that's that. I've never had someone get funny like that. But if you say, "I'm sorry, you're not meant to be there," you tend to, not every time, but you tend to get the one person that doesn't like it. If they aren't happy being accompanied, you wonder why not. I mean, if they don't like being accompanied, they walk away. That's as simple as that. They don't argue back. If they don't want someone stood there watching them and making sure they're safe, they walk out of the way and go on to the safer area. Not saying it isn't safe. If an empty yard with no running trains, with all the brakes on them, it should be perfectly fine. I remember showing someone 47 and they used to drive it when they're yeah, that's fine. I mean, if they've got a link to Summit, you're making their day, as long as they're safe and they're safe. At least I don't see a problem in it. I just think that's the nicest way. You can't be brutal to people. You've got to be nice, but you've got to break it down slowly and in the nicest way. Because it's not healthy. You don't want making people upset, because they might not come again to help you. They might not enjoy the experience, and you want them to. You don't want to be horrible to them. You want to be nice and polite. So it's you've got to find the ground where you're both happy. I mean, I remember once, it was during the hot summer, there was a line-side fire, fire engines were out, it was all under control. And it was during the day where the Sentinel was on drive for a tenner, but of course, because of the fire, we had the crew apart from me, who was second man, I was left to look after the engine. And the other guy, the driver in charge, he was up with the fire engines and that, just because he called and all that. And I remember one guy, because he paid for his lad to have a go, and he was there like, what's happening? And he was quite rude to me, really. You know, he was quite sharp, quite angry and that. I mean, fair enough, you can't drive an engine that you've paid to do. I mean, they done footplate rides at the station in the end. I can understand why you're upset. I say, yes, it was Joe. And I said, he said, why can't you run anyway? Drafts of smoke coming over. I said, the driver's up here. I said, I'm only second man. I'm not a driver. I said, I know how to drive the things. I can drive the things. I could teach you. I'm just not allowed. You know, I'm not qualified to do that. I said, he's like, he couldn't understand why. I said, there's a line side fire. We cannot do anything. I just, you know, that's that. I'm sorry, but... And luckily, lad come around and said, look, we're doing footplate rides at the station. I apologise and that. And I was trying to be apologetic and say, look, we can't do anything about it. We're stuck in this situation. It's hard to find a balance, but when you find them, it's good. That's basically the conclusion to that. I don't want to talk forever about it, you know. Find the right balance. Make it so everyone's happy, having a good time, and that's that. Just in the handrail, my ivot was sticking out a bit. Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, the staff at the railway know how confident and how knowledgeable I am on how to drive the diesel. I've done it many times, and they're happy to let me drive it as long as, of course, they're following the rules and that there's someone who's qualified on the footplate with me. That's how it goes. You can't fire an engine without a qualified fireman to look over your shoulder and tell you what you're doing right and if you're doing anything wrong. Same with a driver. That's how it goes, you know. I'll be sad when this Ivor's out of ticket. I'll be so upset because she's a lovely engine and she's nice to work on. Nice to dispose of. Easy drop-in ashpan. I mean, I know 4110 has like a modified grate on her, and that's brilliant. But I wish they went with the ashpan as well. I just wish there was sort of these modifications. I mean, I understand you going traditional and that on things, but at the same time, I somewhat wish drop ashpans were more common and stuff like that. Just make things easy. Yeah, I mean, I spoke to Steve about the Ivor once, said, how long have we got this thing for? And he said, oh, we practically forever sort of thing. It was no surprise to me when I read the post saying that it's got another 10 years, because it don't fit on Isle of Wight. I think it's too big for their loop. Yeah, they're the best thing in the world, Adam. They are. You spend half an hour raking, well, not even that really, but still, you spend ages raking out a fire, you know, with the fire rakes, pushing it between the fire bars and shoveling it out and all that. And then you go to an engine that you just pull a lever back and forth a few times and it rocks and the ash just falls into an ash pan. It feels like heaven. It's the same with the ash pan. When you've just climbed underneath an engine in steam with a grate, bashing your knuckles against other engine parts, squat down, you know, raking out this ash, and then you go to another engine where you just get that same lever that you rock the grate with, just pull it down and the ash drops next to you. It's just so nice. It's just brilliant. It's heavenly, you know. That's why I love the Iver. It's just got that feature that's so nice to have. The only annoying thing is when they jam. But there's sort of little tricks that can really help prevent them jamming, which is quite good. You got to do them. If you can avoid it jamming, then that's good, you know. I remember steam raising the Ive at one Santa train morning. It was like I think it was like the first Santa train of, like, not last year, the year before. And the great jam for 20 minutes, and we never found out what jammed it. It just eventually gave way. Yeah, jamming. I mean, the Iver's only got not even a year left on her. She's not got a year left on her, but I mean, you know, it's sort of, it's alright. I mean, I can get it without jamming now, but that's because I learnt a good technique. I was told it. I was like, by the way, I found this technique that's really good. So, okay. And I tried it, and every time I've done it, it's worked fine. Would be interesting. Never really thought about it, to be honest. Though I'm not, as much as I say I don't have locos I don't like and all of that, I just can't see a 4F on our line. I just can't see it. I'm not a massive 4F person, though. I mean, I'd love to see a 9F back along the line. That would be brilliant, seeing a 9F bombing it along. It's just a shame they're stuck with 20 mile an hour. That's the problem side. I think there should be more. I think certain heritage lines should be allowed to go faster. I mean, the North York Moors, I mean, I get you get a longer journey out of things at a 25 mile an hour. You get a longer journey, and it's when you're going slower, you hear each chuff, you know, you hear each beat. Whereas when engines get fast, all those beats just drone into one sound. So, I mean, it's nicer, I think, at slower speeds. But at the same time, I think they should be allowed to go 30 on certain lines, like the North York Moors. I mean, we went on the North York Moors a couple of years ago when we speed tested them, and they were going 30. Faster than that at times, I think. Well, not like 40, but they were going in the 30s, you know. And I mean, that was about right. That still was a nice long journey. I just think certain lines should be allowed. I mean, I can't see our line, if that happened, I couldn't see our line being allowed much faster than 25. Yeah, it was alright. Sounded nice. I got some videos of the sound. It's on YouTube, it's on the channel. North York Moors Railway, it's on there somewhere. Same as Middleton and Keighley. Yeah, it's a lovely line. I went in the autumn, so everything was brown, you know. It was very nice. The thing is, I went from Pickering to Gromont in the DMU, or in a DMU. And then the ride back was behind Eric Tracy, like right behind it, and that was the best thing in the world. And I think riding on that DMU actually made me... I think the DMU ride actually made me appreciate the steam engine ride more. Oh yes, definitely, Adam. Definitely the momentum. Not the regulator through the roof. No, that had nothing to do with it, did it? But no, I found this thing with me and DMUs, or at least the heritage ones. I like looking at the heritage DMUs. I think they look nice. I don't like riding on them. Every time I've ridden on a heritage DMU, it was a bit like, whatever, rattly, noisy, just not very. I mean, the North York Moors ride was very crowded because everyone was crammed in on it, and it was very rattly and that, and we were all a bit tired to start off with because it was in the morning. Don't get me wrong, I love the North York Moors. I don't think I like riding on DMUs. Steam locos, I'm just the happiest man in the world, but DMUs, I mean, they're just alright in my opinion. Lovely looking at them. I mean, the DMU we've got at the railway, stunning to look at. Just not that keen on riding on them. I mean, they're okay. They're better than I'd rather ride on a heritage DMU than a modern one. It's just not the most happiest on a DMU compared to behind Eric Tracy giving it some. I mean, remember that because there was a few of us, we were sat there behind Eric Tracy just bombing it along, you know, making one hell of a bark, and we were like, "Core, this is proper running now. This is a railway, you know." I mean, the railway had a manor. I can't remember which one. Because Dickie B said, no matter how many times you went to that engine, you always found a brand new oiling point on a manor. Every time you looked at one, though, you found another oiling point. But yeah, I mean, a manor would be nice. I like a manor because they got a good bark. Ah, was it? I like seeing the photos of Nunney Castle. Nunney Castle at Cranmore, that's nice. But I mean, it's the bark of a manor. A manor has a unique bark to it. As in the sense that it's very loud. And it's very good. I mean, I could load up the computer and play Train Simulator now and with the manor sound, run a manor that's had proper recordings of the things, you know, and it's loud. I won't. Because it's nearly 11:15 at night. So, I mean, don't think neighbours would appreciate a manor blasting up a gradient. There's a video on my channel. It's not public though. It's unlisted, and it's a pannier tank with 4 coaches up a 1 in 48, and it sounds really pleasant. But it's a nice bark, you know. Let's swap locos. I think. Not like it does anything. There we go. I mean, it's probably not in focus, but yeah. Manor. Always use your manners, eh? Everyone appreciates the manners. I'd have a pannier. I just wouldn't want to work on it. That's my opinion. Like panniers, don't like walking along the frames of a pannier. Don't want to fill up a pannier. Don't want to fill up the tanks on a pannier. They're nice. I just don't like the pannier tanks. I don't like what they're named for. Because they get in the way. It was weird though, because it was a pain, but it was also lovely. Everyone loved it. Everyone was sad to see it go. Everyone was like, can we keep it the second they rode on it? It's just one of those things. Again, love-hate relationship. was going to say, shall I run this Ivet on my next stream? But I mean, with already quite a long list of locos, might not be able to. I don't know if this one can run on the inner line. I think it can. I can't remember though. I know one of them used to, like Nathan's ran on the inner line quite nicely. I think this one just about can. I'll put it on the list, but I mean, I've got such a substantial list now. I think I'm going to have to resort to cutting some of them out. Yeah, I mean, I've got a good list now. But what I do is I got this piece of paper with notes written down, and then I'll refer to this sheet of the live stream, and then I'll make up one for the next live stream. Well, that's what I'll probably do, but I mean, I've just got to make sure I keep a track of it. Again, it depends on how long I stream for. If I'd done 7 o'clock till 11 o'clock, what's that, 4 hours? So, I mean, if I'd done half an hour each, that's 1, 2, 3. I do have 4 hours of locos written down. Well, 3.5 if I ran Flying Scotsman on the inner line. I'll see. Because next stream I will... I mean, if it's not the harbour, if it's not on the harbour layout, because if it's the harbour layout, it'll be all little industrial engines, and there's no choice. It'll be a Roger Bay live stream that will have these engines running. So I'll process it and make a decision off that. I think the phone just fell a little bit because I heard a kadunk. That's a bit better. Sort of that do. Tickle, tickle. Yes, I mean, just depends. But whenever it comes up, I'll process it and all that. I think the harbour stream, I'll be able to set the phone up on a tripod, constantly on charge. I'll have the next Roger Bay stream, I will have the phone on charge and probably stay down on the layout. But I mean, yeah, I mean, the harbour layout will be alright because I can sort of leave the tripod up, phone going constantly and just running off into here and picking up locos and all that. I mean, when I get my new workbench, I'll probably do some more workbench streams. Then I could show the workbench off a bit. Like, hey, look at this. I can do modelling. Well, I can, apparently. People say I do all right. People say I do good, so, I mean, I'll take their word for it. But, yeah. I mean, I've got a Dapol crane kit that I've been meaning to build for ages. I mean, the chassis is done. It's like a mobile crane sort of thing, like a railway one, you know. But I never continued it because I wanted to paint the red parts before I assembled them. And I've never got red paint. Well, I have red paint. I have buffer beam red, but I don't want to use that red. It's sort of nice to have that paint for buffer beams and not anything else. What time is it? Just have a look. Yeah, 20 past 11. I think I'll run till midnight or something if people stick around and keep making conversation. I feel like kneeling on the floor, but I don't know if instead of sitting in this chair, but I mean, I don't know if you'll see me. I'll try. There we go. You can see me. That's alright. Just move that there so I can rest my arms. Sometimes you don't, when you sat down for a while, you just want to kneel down, you know. Just Move the chair a little bit more. Just ignore that. I should really put my work mat away because I just my cutting mat that I do my modelling on just got rested on the side for ages, and every time I go past it I knock it down. But yeah. I mean, I'll see what I can do. I'll just process it. Typewriter. Get the typewriter out. I guess if you can read that barcode, you can sort of tell what I want. Well, you might be able to find out what loco the box is from. I'll save you from the misery. Terrier. My Western Clevedon and Portishead Railway number 4 Terrier. If you've never looked at the Western Clevedon and Portishead Railway, recommend it. It's quite interesting. There's a couple of paintings about the railway, but I believe, from what I've been told and what I've seen, it's a railway that didn't have much money. So tractors. There was like a couple of tractors that were put on, given wheels for railways and that. It's quite interesting. You might like it, Joe, and it's not terribly well. I think it's around the southeast. No longer exists, but I think it's the terrier that GWR inherited, because GWR had a terrier. It's brilliant, isn't it? How these little things get about. I mean, I forgot what's called, that railway that only terriers ran on it. I think because they were light enough, because they went over wooden bridges. And they went to an island or something. I can't remember for the life of me, but I love seeing about it. Yeah, because they weren't really strong enough for the wooden bridges. Brilliant, really, isn't it? I keep knocking this phone down, I think. There we go. It's because I'm leaning. I mean, if I lean on this bottom one, there you go. You'll have a look. Yeah, it's worth looking into. You might find it interesting. A couple of nice paintings. I got a book. Oh no, it's no longer down there. I moved it. It had the railway in it. It's got a few lost lines in it. I can't get to it, but I have a book that shows the East Somerset Railway line crossing over the Somerset and Dorset. It's quite nice. And it's the Preserve 7F running under 88. Is it 53088 or something like that? Yeah. So, just looking at the glazing on my eye, just making sure it's alright. Looked a bit funky from this angle, but I think it's alright. Just admiring it, to be honest. It's a nice loco. It's one of those Bachmann models where it's old. It's old. It lacks certain modern details, but you can't help but love it. And they're very reliable. That's what I like about Bachmann stuff, is no matter if they lack the bit of detail, and they're a bit old, they always run well, and they always have good detail. Well, they might lack in detail, but they always munch the miles so well. Although saying that, my E4 that's just down here, I won't pick it up. The E4's good. I think the model's 10 years old now. But it's got like a fully painted cab, whereas this, only the steam injectors have been picked out. Nothing else. It's very fine. Got a good weight to it, the E4. I'm going to disappear and I'll be a few minutes, okay? So I'll be back. in the chat on this, and I keep doing it. Yo. That's it, Hailing Island. You got it. I'm back. If you didn't guess from that. Yeah. So who's watching apart from Joe? I know Joe's watching. I mean, apparently I've been going for 3.5 hours, so on this, let alone what it was previously. What, probably 4.5 hours now? Like I said, I'll probably go at midnight. Just for the sake of, we've only got 3 people watching. Only... yeah. I don't know if you've been jumping into Alan's stream, Adam, but if you have, how's he doing? Is he alright? Seeming happy enough? I'm sure he is. I don't know if anyone said hello to him for me, but... can't help myself. Inner child comes out every now and then. Still haven't put my Thatchers away. That don't fit. I've gone and put my Thatchers down with a gaming steering wheel. Sort of the top of the steering wheel's getting in the way of my can pile. Oh, thanks, Adam. That's nice of him. I would have joined him if I wasn't doing this, you know. Does he still do streams where people can join? Say hello. So, I mean, if he does more Saturdays, I might think about joining on one of them. Although I'd probably have to get StreamYard, wouldn't I, for that? I don't know, you've done it. Can you join his lives without having to download StreamYard? Because, I mean, I'd just do it on the phone. But just, click on the link and join like that. If that's possible, I don't know. I've never looked into it, I was very pleased to see Natty today. That was a very pleasant surprise. Very pleasant. Never really seen Natty and never really get to speak to him, so it's always nice when you can. A few people watching, so there must be some form of entertainment. I think it's time Mr. Ivor goes away. That's when I last saw him, Joe, as well. I mean, it doesn't look... This thing has its own charm. It doesn't look immaculate, but it's just got its charm. I haven't got a StreamYard. This I'm using now is Streamlabs, because they do an app. And I downloaded it, and it doesn't add watermarks, and it lets you live stream on your phone. You used to be able to do live streams on YouTube through your phone. And then they changed it to you had to have 10 subscribers, and then they quickly changed it to 1,000. So the only way you can live stream using your phone is by using an app to do it for you, which is a bit annoying because you have to get extra stuff. But I mean, it's useful. I think it's actually somewhat better because on here I see a top bar telling me how long the stream's been going for, how many people are watching. I sort of get an idea of what the Wi-Fi is like when it's dying and when it's fine, and then because I get the frames per second and all that. And then I get all the chat come up, so it's quite useful. But yeah, Adam, do you know if I could just click on his link and it'll just come up, I can just join like that instead of having to own Streamlabs on my thing. I don't know if you can have it on the phone, I don't know. Everyone does it, uses the computer, so... I mean, the computer's handy, but I think the computer eats the Wi-Fi a bit more than the phone, so it's useful having it. Just smelling the Jack Daniels. I love the smell of it, I don't know why. Just a bit on the nose. I just think it smells nice. It wouldn't cope, Joe. I know that for a fact. It wouldn't cope, but it would be sweet. Just not. I mean, the engines that suit Cranmore are the Western Region Locos because that's what the line was built to have run on. I mean, take the Ivor. Even then, I think it would be a bit of a fight. I mean, although a Ginty once hauled a passenger train and 2 large engines along Cranmore up the gradient. But I mean, I don't know. Sort of, nah. This compound has had like fine lining transfers added to it and everything. I mean, I can see someone has worked very hard on this model. It's just sadly looked a bit rough. Looks a bit tatty in places, but I think it's got its own charm. I mean, it's got a vac pipe on the front. Like a proper nicely detailed one as well, not like the plastic basic ones. This is a metal one, I think. Yeah. You sort of tell when it's metal by the touch. The one on the rear is a plastic one, but it's still a very detailed one. Yeah, Ginty would be alright. I mean, the railway used to have a Ginty. I think it was it Barry's, I think. I think Barry used to own it. But I think the Ginty was the first loco overhauled at the railway. So, yeah, I mean, a Ginty would be alright. It's not too big, meaning it's not too expensive to run. But yeah, I mean, it's alright. I mean, the line had a lot of pannier tank action. So I mean, pannier would be alright. It's just I don't like the tanks on them. I love the look of them. I like the tanks vision. You know, aesthetically, it's lovely. Functionality wise, yeah, you get more access between the frames, but I mean, you don't get access to walk along the frames. You're practically hanging off the things. I do not know, Joe. I really don't. I'll just find out. You'll see me and then you'll find out. But I'm assuming you're still not in a hurry to have your prairie back, so you know. Like I've always said, when you want it back, let me know and I'll get it to you. I'll pass it to you when I'm sort of next to the railway when you want it. You sort of thing. It's still in good hands. It's still green. You know. Well, you say as you need. No one really needs models. As painful as it is to say that, no one needs them. We just really want them. That's alright, I have it to hand. I look at it every so often and go, right, let's give it a little run, you know. I mean, you don't have a layout to run it on, so if you ever get a layout to run it on, then, you know, I'm sure you'd want it back once you started the layout, at least. Just so you could actually get some use out of it. I mean, yeah. I mean, it still runs alright. I think today it showed a sign where it's nearing the want for another service, but I mean, that's about right, because it's been about a year. I mean, all you need, Joe, is a plank of wood and a bit of track with a source of power to it. That's all you need to start, even if it's a micro layout. Although with your prairie, I think it'd be better if you had a loop layout. Just a continuous running thing. And that prairie could probably cope with first radius, let's be honest. So, I mean, I'd go for it. I mean, even if you have a set of track to put on a table every now and then, just so you can run your locos, it's nice. I mean, Roger Bay started by a track mat on a carpet with a bit of track on that I put up every now and then finally got a baseboard, and it started as a proper layout. I mean, it's weird looking back on like photos of the first day, when the baseboard come in and because the track plan's different to what it is now. I had a little bit of trouble with the track plan, so the old one, so I just went, I stripped the layout bare. This was before I even touched ballast though, and I thought, no, it works, you know it's reliable, Hornby track mat will do. And that's that. I still don't know why I got this pencil. Because I've got my Parker. But yeah, Joe, I'd just recommend getting a bit of track, at least for putting on a table and running some locos on every... Just set up for an afternoon sort of thing. Just start with that. Simple as. I'm sure you'd soon get a baseboard for it then. I've been quite fortunate. Timber don't cost me anything. Because I have connections to scrap timber and can get it cut for me for nothing, and never had to pay for a baseboard. Never. I mean, I've got a few layouts. I mean, the baseboard for Little Kingston, it originated as a headboard. Well, it originated because I wanted to make a headboard for Lady Nan for 100th, because I didn't know if anything was being done. Then Dickie B looked up at me and said, I've got one made. And I went, oh, okay. Forever thought about a layout as a joke. Then built a layout. Finding the time to run them. Well, there's always time for locos. Nothing else matters, does it? Why do you need to find time for loco? You just make it. You make time for loco. Just whatever you do when you get a job, just don't tell them, sorry, I'm not coming in today because I want to play with my locos. That won't go down well. Just make time in a different way. Sorry, boss, can't come in. Why is that? Are you ill or something? No, just want to play trains. Just want to play trains. Have a good day, just running locos all day, you know. Just trying to make room. Last 3 locos I've set up are BR Black. This one's early, Cress. The others were late. So they're incredibly different, I promise. Yeah. I think Fox Transfers said that once before, or somewhere said they'd make custom headboards or something. I mean, that would be quite cool. But I don't know what headboards that I've made. I'd rather spend the money on buying locos than a set of headboards for them. I mean, one for the Roger Bay would be nice. Just one that says Roger Bay or something. That might be quite sweet. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. What locos? What locos at all? Don't know what you're on about. Just don't know what you're on about. Just no locos. Just felt so ill, you know. Just wasn't. Get out. Just wasn't feeling well. Just had a cold. Just such a cold, you know. Just felt so ill. I just really had to have the day off because I was just feeling that bad. Loco keeps running into shop. There you go. There's a bit of advice. Never call your boss saying you're ill in the loco room. Sat at your computer with your phone. Sorry, I can't come if train runs behind them. Yes, Adam. Yes, definitely. Oh dear. What do you mean, Joe Simon getting one? What getting what for driver experience? Yeah, I've been so sick. Just get out of the way. Just so sick. This E4 was having a well of the time being shoved back and forth on a box for a terrier. Oh dear. That was a good laugh, that. Oh, fair enough. I mean, there's a headboard in the shed that says learn a driver. Yeah, but we don't need that really, because we've got a sign that sits right by the engine saying drive this engine for a tenner. Lady Nan's got an awkward headboard as well, so if you say 39 had to take over one week because Nan's out of use, it'd be a faff getting adapters for it. I don't know. I just want that Sentinel to see some love now. That's all I want. That's all I suggest. Every time I talk. Oh yeah, those. Well, we got the what's it? Learn a driver. But at the same time, people, no matter what, people taking photos and filming steam engines going by, and they don't want driver experience on the front, do they? Really? I mean, that's why I said about because we got a headboard East Somerset Railway, and I said it would be nice to see the engines run with that headboard, but at the same time, it's like it's not. People won't want that on their in their photos all the time. Some people won't mind it. Some people would be like, but I want to get a nice old photo, you know. So it's like, it's a mix, you know. I don't know. Even then, you'd need an adapter for the Western engines. But I mean, we got one of them. I don't know. Yeah, that's all I want to see is 39 scenes of love now. I'll be happy when that day see her go in to actually see some attention. Aux cable, anyone? These would be called outdated, won't they, nowadays? Bluetooth has basically replaced these. You know, adjusting the ends just so you get the right connection. But yeah, I mean, that's that. I think a lot of the younger lads want to work on 39. Probably partly my fault, to be honest. I mean, I had one day where Nathan was like, I think he felt a bit sorry for it once. Yeah, I think these were replaced by Bluetooth. I mean, I got a Bluetooth mouse. You know, it's got a USB in the back of the computer and that. It's nice, it works. It's just an absolute pain when the battery dies because you're on your computer doing stuff and then all of a sudden you're spending half hour hunting for a mouse. It's not ideal. yeah, I mean, that's that. What time is it? I'll probably end the stream in about 10 minutes. I'm getting quite hot. And I'm dying to open a window. But if I open a window, you'll get a load of wind noise and all that, so... Give it 10 minutes of feeling like you're in a sauna, and then... Yeah, I apologise, Joe. I sincerely apologise for accidentally tempering with your mind. I'm so sorry. I've just done it to too many people, and it's so painful. I know how bad it is. I've suffered with it for 4 years now. More than 4 years now. You'll get through it. Always do. It's worrying though, me getting people into them, because soon the doctors would be offering help for it. I hear you like Sentinels. Yeah, I need the help for it. I just love how next to me there's just this pile of cameras. It's quite fun. I mean, you can't see it because there's an E4 in the way. Every time I say E4, it just reminds me of the TV programme. Yeah, don't mind them. They're quite interesting, I think. Quite unique. Seen Joyce a couple of times. I was invited, well, I've been told if I go to Avon Valley, I can go see the Fry's Sentinel. The owner said if I'm about, ask for him and he'll show me it. I mean, he also said he'd show me General Lord Robertson, but considering that is no longer at the railway, I doubt I'll see that. But yeah, they're quite interesting because they're like a car engine, but steam. It's weird. I mean, there's quite a few unusual Sentinels. There's the SMU. Yeah, the SMU. That's at Buckinghamshire, and I think it ran in Egypt, but that was a Sentinel. And it's like your DMU, like diesel multiple unit, but it's a steam multiple unit, powered by steam. It's weird. It's really unusual. If you go on the internet, search the Sentinel steam multiple unit, it should hopefully come up. If not, well, oops. Sorry, I've got a glass of water. Well, it's not very full of water. And it sort of blocks the chat. So when I go like that, I'm just reading round the cup. There. I put a blanket down to sort of cushion my knees a bit, but it's no longer. I'm sort of getting a bit of carpet burn on my knee, so I'm just gonna. I've caught a bit of track again. I promise my floor isn't littered with track. It's just this one bit has fallen out of place, but I haven't put it away yet, and so the chair's gonna eat it. I mean, it's an old bit of track that I don't care about. It's quite wedged. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I'm sort of quite wedged in a bit of track at the moment. I mean, the sleepers are breaking. But it's not like it's sat on it. It's wedged in somehow. I'm just going to ignore it for now. I'll sort it out in 5 minutes. It's just finding its way under my chair. Luckily, it's only one bit and not multiple, so... I mean, I don't plan to build another layout at least yet. And if I did, I've got well, I say too many, it's always good to have spare. I've got plenty of curves. Just 0 straights. Well, I've got a couple power tracks, I think, and that's that. That's all. But yeah, I mean, that's wedged. Just like... I've just managed to run about. Can you see the sleepers? Well, the lack of sleepers here and in a few places, and that one dangling off. I mean, it's just come off in my hands. I'm going to slide it somewhere where it should hopefully not fall. I've just got bits of sleeper in the floor now. I'll sort that out later. It's just a bit of track gone stray. So yeah. These streams been going, well, I say the stream's been going 4 hours. I'm sure one of you could check how long the old stream lasted before it cut completely off. But this one's been going for 4 hours, 6 minutes, this bit. So, I mean, it's done all right. I think when I come off this, I'll basically pack my cameras away and probably go to bed or watch something on the phone, Netflix or something, I don't know. Go to bed because, I mean, I'm a bit tired. I'm just... Oh, right. Yeah. No, because of course it cut off earlier, so is that actually earlier and this one added up? Blimey. Well, done all right then. Oh yeah, it probably would have been, because I think I was on my second to last planned service on a piece of paper. Blimey. Yeah. I don't mind this chatting bit. I think, like I said, I tend to run out of things to say, as you've found out a few times tonight. But I mean, it's just, you don't have to worry about locos derailing and all that. I would have ran trains a bit longer. I think what I'll do, next time I do a stream, I probably won't... I don't know. I'm not sure. I think I'll probably... If I do this... Well, I doubt I would, but... I'm not sure. It just depends how I feel. Might just leave it down on that run the whole time sort of thing. Like I done in the early stream. I say early days, but I mean, sort of technically really in early days because I haven't done many live streams. Yeah, it's such a shame about Bernie. It was, I was like, was very weird when I heard the news. I thought, blimey, because you always say it about people, don't you? They always, when you last saw it, or when I saw him on live and that, he was always really happy, cheery, seemed perfectly normal, and then you hear news like that, it's mad. God bless him, But I mean, he was a cracking bloke. From what I didn't really get to know him too much, but I mean, from what from his streams with Alan and that, when he joined Alan and that, he was always a laugh and always a good bloke. Always got along with him. Always was nice to talk to and all that. I think it's only you watching Adam, actually. I think Joe might have disappeared, unless he's still looking on the internet. Oh, you're still here, I think. Okay, Joe. The thing's just making about. What we saw was the end of a long illness. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It says 1 on here. YouTube not being accurate then, eh? It's funny, really. I could say I've got 8 watching, but I could have 10, really, But yeah, I mean, poor Bernie. But I mean, he's out of he's out of pain now, isn't he? I was talking to Alice earlier, Joe. I haven't actually seen if she replied to me on the last thing I said, but I was talking to her about this idea of getting a camera, another one. I think though it'd be nice if I do. The thing is, I'd like to continue doing film, but I think it'd be something I do every now and then, just due to the cost of it. Because it isn't cheap, film, especially compared to digital. I just think I will. I think I will look into it. But because I want to do it, I might as well get a really decent one that will last forever, Not to worry, it's not in the genes. You was a rascal as much as you was a gentleman. Oh dear. Good old Bernie. Yeah, I'm undecided with film cameras, because I'm sort of, I might as well get a decent one if I'm going to do film, but at the same time I worry I'm not going to use it and then I've just wasted £100. So it's like, I mean, I've got one on watch that ends tomorrow, so I might end up with a camera tomorrow. I don't know, it just depends. I mean, I said I was going to leave about 5 minutes ago, but I mean, it's gone up to 3 people apparently. It's one of those things with YouTube. It's like, you'll think, oh, I'll end at this time, and you don't. But yeah, I mean, is it? I remember a live stream with Jack he done on Train Simulator. We thought someone was mucking about, because every time you liked something, it liked again, and then every time you disliked something, it disliked again. So we kept thinking someone was copying us liking and disliking, because we disliked just in case it was doing the same for that, and it was, so we were like liking and disliking constantly, just watching the number go up too. I think in the end it must have been YouTube mucking about, but it was, we thought someone was just being an idiot and just copying us. It was just, it's just, yeah, it was weird. Remember sat watching a old lady, she was on YouTube. This is completely unrelated really, apart from the fact it was on YouTube. And the poor lass, she was there and she was press play and it was on mute. So she slid up the volume bar. And then she pressed, which she didn't realise, not to her knowledge, that it automatically unmutes. And she pressed the unmute button, or the mute button, thinking it would unmute it. And she was there for a few minutes before she realised it was, yeah. Yeah, it was quite strange. And I think it happened to a few of us. Because there was like Nathan and Natty on, who've been on today, as you've seen. No, it was for all of us, it was doing it. And we were really confused. But yeah, I mean, that was interesting. Stuck talking to herself on, well, yeah. There's this thing with YouTube, right, though, where you'll stick to, right, I'll end at midnight, but you don't. You definitely don't, because you tend to, I find it even with filming videos, is that you sort of there and you're like, you probably noticed it if you've got to the end of some of my videos and I'm there like, oh, like, consider subscribing and all that, and then I'll be like, just start saying a load of rubbish again, and or I'll repeat myself, because it's hard to press the end button sort of thing, Notifications. Shouldn't be my end, I'm not on YouTube. I'm streaming to YouTube using an app called StreamYard? Or Streamlabs? I can't remember. StreamYard, I think. Whatever the one that isn't that one that Alan doesn't use. Because this one doesn't have a little duck. Oh dear. I'm thirsty now, and the only drink I got is what's holding up the phone. Oh dear. Always awkward, that. Would be interesting, but I don't know if people get the same excitement for it, because I mean, a Steam Sentinel sounds like it's going 100 miles an hour when it's going 1 mile an hour. That's the one. There's so many similar names with these apps, it's just, I guess the only one that doesn't match is OBS. Oh dear. That's what I film Train Simulator videos on, is OBS. But I mean, I've only filmed, I've uploaded 2 videos of Train Simulator, like, out to public. But I did film one the other day, a week or so ago now. So, I mean, there's a new one. a prairie on a gunpowder train along the Falmouth branch, because why not? I got a headset and I was testing it out, not the one down there. It's back over there. The computer room with all the trains. I mean, on the wall, might as well take it down. David Shepherd drawing of Lord Fisher. There's only blue tacked on the wall, you know. Just seen that I've had a message from Alice, so it's funny that's twice where I've mentioned someone and 10 minutes later they message or come on, because Mr. Joe Whittle come along. But yeah, I mean, I've been, Alice is messaging me, so I might have to respond to. But yes, Joe, I think it would be nice if they met again. That's one I'll agree with you on that one. I will agree with you, because the reason Lady Nan is called Lady Nan is because of Lord Fisher. Because basically, Dickie B and Nan bought Glenfield, I'll say, because that was its old name. They bought Glenfield, and when they were thinking of a name, Nan looked up and said to Dickie B, "Oh, well, seeing as we've got a Lord Fisher, we should have a lady, Lady Nan, because it was named after Nan." And that's how Lady Nan's name will come about. And I think they cost 50 quid per nameplate on the side back then. So yeah. And I mean, ever since, it's lived in its lovely little characterful blue. And I am dying to see someone make a model of it. And Lord Fisher, really, because it'd be nice. When the presenter on the radio says something you just said, but for a totally different reason, weird moment. Gotta love a weird moment. Gotta love a one. I love how I've got this wonderfully typed out on the typewriter. All Saturday live stream, these engines running, how long to run them for. Spend the rest of the stream sat at the computer chatting. Wonder what I'm doing now. I don't think I'm doing that. Tornado, Hinton Manor. Look at what's his name? Was it Mark's channel, as in not Stanover, the other Mark, Irish Mark. But yeah. What's interesting though about Lord Fisher's, it had dumb buffers, which is quite nice, and then eventually it was changed to have the more conventional buffers, and that's why the top of the frames stick out a lot more than Nan. Yeah, that's the one, Adam. That's the one. I've got his name written down. Well, his channel. So I shall have a look at it. Probably not tonight now, probably tomorrow, but I'll see. Might be tonight, it might be tomorrow. Is everyone else finding tonight warm? Was it just me? Apparently it's 9 degrees. According to this thing. I got it so it tells me the day. What day it is, and well, the date. What the temperature is. Then a timer so I can quickly access for timing my cups of tea. Because that's very important. Oh, hi Adam, how are you? Welcome to the stream. I apologise, I'm just sat chatting now. I did run trains earlier, but battery went low, and then so I had to cut that a bit short and cut to this, which was already planned. But yeah, feel free to ask any railway related questions or make any form of request for a YouTube video. Something's just fallen down behind me. That is weird. But yes, yeah, any railway requests or YouTube video, or questions that are railway related, then ask away. Very warm event. Well, I guess it could be the cider for me as well. I haven't had any of this today. I tend to save this stuff. Because Thatcher's and Guinness and other stuff it's fairly cheap to get compared to this. So I sort of save it for when I really feel like having whiskey. But I will have that probably in the next few weeks. Do I have a Hornby West Country? No, I sadly do not. I don't tend to get Southern engines, says the person with the Southern engine in show. But, my biggest Southern engine is a Lord Nelson. And I think that is my only large Southern engine. The rest are Terriers and this E4. On the top of my head, I've probably got a couple Southern engines hiding somewhere. Adam and Adam. But I want that Adam. No, not that Adam. No, not Adam. Adam. We have that all the time at Cranmore, because there's now going to be a third Matt at Cranmore, and there's like 1 million people called James. So it's like James, but which James? Oh, I can't remember the surname. The one that wears a flat cap and got a moustache. Oh yeah. Well, the one with glasses. Oh yeah. Oh, that's quite cool. Well, yeah. You're a bit lucky. Well, I renumbered this a few weeks ago, but it's my Bachmann Ivet, and I don't know if you can see it that well, but it's 46447, because I work on 46447. Smokebox is the wrong number at the moment because I'm waiting for them to come from light railway stores, but I have had a conversation through emails with light railway stores for just to give them the all clear to continue with the order after I've seen the drawings. But yeah, there's a couple of Matts, quite a few Jameses. I think there's more Jameses than anything else. There's a couple of Steves. But yeah. But I've always made the joke at Cranmore's, if you forgot someone's name or don't know it, call them James, because you've got a higher chance of being right. Joe, you're being a bit unique at the moment. Oh yeah, we got a few Phils. Yeah. I'm just guessing that everyone called James loves steam engines. There's a few Matts who like steam engines. A few Phils that like steam engines. Few Chris's. I'm sure there's a couple of Adams out there, isn't there? Adam and Adam. Just adding to your wonderful confusion of the evening. I've only got a few locos up with me and I've shown them all up here. But I think to switch up from just showing BR Black engines, I'll put my Terrier back up. There you go, you've got your own engine, haven't you? Yeah, I like the Adams radial. I think I have nearly bought the Adams radial tank a few times. A few times now, it's just... Oh dear. I know somewhere where there's a bloke called Adam and there's someone, they're not called Eve, but they're called Neve. And sometimes I know they get put to work together, and I always joke because I say Adam and Neve. But because of their name starting with an N, you just cancelling out. You sort of cancel out the N as an and, so it's sort of Adam and Eve. I haven't visited Severn Valley, although it is on my list. I do want to go there. Yeah, exactly, Adam. As in, Flymo Adam. Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. Although their name's spelt, Neves is spelt in a funky way. But yeah. I wouldn't know off the top of my head. I couldn't say, I've been to 10 or something like that. I mean, I've been to East Somerset a million times because I volunteer there. I've been to the Bluebell. Have I ever been to any others down the southeast? I think that's it. West Somerset. I've been to Keighley. I've been to Middleton. North York Moors. These are just ones on the top of my head. I've probably been to others, I just can't remember but I think I've probably visited more railways up in Yorkshire though, in the Yorkshire region, than anywhere else. I haven't been to Bodmin. Have I? No, I haven't been to Bodmin. That's when I want to go to. To be fair, I haven't ever been down Devon or Cornwall. So, but that's on my bucket list. I say that I have a hope to have a little holiday down in Devon in the next, hopefully, decade. Hopefully. Yeah, I mean, the thing with me is I tend to used to always go to Cranmore if I went somewhere, because that's our, it was nearby and it's a lovely little railway. But I mean, I've been to more railways in Yorkshire, just because I've got my family are from Yorkshire, and they still live up in Yorkshire, so I go up and see. If I go up and see them, we always spend the days out at Heritage Lines. So it's like, because I'm into the railways, we just go to Heritage Lines, and of course the family enjoy it. I mean, you can go to all sorts of different railways, and as long as you keep going to them, you're helping them out financially, you're giving them some pennies. I doubt that had happened, Joe. I mean, she's wearing Yeovil Railway Centre livery on her. But, yeah. I want to go to Dartmouth because I've got a friend and a few volunteers I am with at Cranmore work down there. I do not know, Adam. I don't think I've ever been to any of those you've listed, Adam Rushton. Don't think I've been to any of them. I mean, I'd like to go to Severn Valley and Dean Forest, Gloucestershire and Warwickshire, Bodmin, South Devon. Great Central would be brilliant, I think. But if I went, I'd love to go on a gala. I'd love to go to all of them, really. But I mean, I'd like to go around a couple of the Welsh ones, and it's just if you're about. I'm not from Yorkshire myself as such. Well, I was born down in the southwest. My father is from Yorkshire and all that, so we got our, you know. But yeah, I was born down in the southwest, but I mean, I've got like, hi Chris, you're right. I mean, I basically am like, father's side and that all live up in Yorkshire. I'm just down in the southern part, you know. I'm one of them. I grew up in the southwest. Well, that's basically me, really. But the thing is, when I go to Yorkshire, I take so much in from Yorkshire and bring it down with me, sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, it's nice. Yeah, my little Piccadilly engine. My little Terrier. I just put that up there for now. I had a few BR Black engines up, so you know. Blimey. Yeah, with my family, I think only. I'm trying to think now. Only part of it is actually from the southwest. Because sort of, my father's side is all just Yorkshire. That's that. No, West Yorkshire, you know. And then on the what I call my southern side, I've got links to the Midlands, because I think it's my grandmother's side is all from the Midlands, but my granddad's side on that side is, I believe they're from the south. I don't actually know, but yeah, it's sort of one of those. Oh, yeah. It's nice to have your family tree and all that worked out. I'm one of these who I'd like to do it. I just never have done it, you know. Because I mean, I don't really know much about my grandparents and that. Because it'd be nice to know about them. Well, like I mean, I think my granddad on my Yorkshire side, his dad, well, what would be my great granddad, I think he passed away when my granddad was young, from what I've heard. It's sort of, I've only heard little bits, you know. I just know they're from Yorkshire. You know, it's just. Oh dear. But yeah, it's sort of working it all out. Now, I tend to go to Yorkshire whenever I possibly can, basically, I go up there and spend time up there because I love it up there. I am the happiest man alive when I'm in Yorkshire. Normally miserable the day I come back. And I wish I was lying then, but I come back from Yorkshire and I'm sort of like, whatever, miss Yorkshire already. But I just like it up there. Everything's lovely up there, I think. 85, Adam, I think. 85. I know someone's who's, I think their mother's from Denmark. But yeah. I take a lot of pride on my father's side, though, you know. There's this thing, I think, at least just with the Yorkshire folk, is that if you're from Yorkshire or got even a bit of blood in you, bit of Yorkshire blood in you, you are extremely proud of it, and you are like, you know, this is me. And I think you tend to shout out about it a bit more, you know. With me though, I it's not all the time, but sometimes I'll be talking to someone, la da 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 da, talking like I do now. And all of a sudden I'll be into a thick Yorkshire accent out of nowhere, not even realising until after I've said everything. I've done it before, and it's like, oh, where did you come from? Okay, hello. And that's just from my time up in Yorkshire. I mean, when I was little, I basically grew up only knowing the LNER because I looked into the railways more when I was in Yorkshire than anywhere else. I always looked really into the LNER. And when I went train spotting as a kid, I never went train spotting anywhere in the southwest. I always train spotted in Yorkshire. Always in West Yorkshire. Pardon me. Because down the end of the street of my grandparents, the railway ran along it. So I used to always go out the back of their house, walk down and watch the trains for ages. And I just watch them go by. There's photos of me just like peering over the wall with a flat cap on. In fact, I still got it up on the wall. Flat cap on, happy as anything. Happy as Larry, just watching trains go by. It's probably what helped me, And then I got into Fred Dibner. Always watched Fred Dibner. I'd sit there, and my grandparents would put Fred Dibner on. And I'd be there just watching it, dead, probably, eyes probably dead bold, just like watching every detail of Fred Dibner. And my grandparents are there sat in their chairs, asleep. See, I never knew the GWF8. I literally was LNER, Northern Engines. That was that. I just knew that. That's what I knew. I started, everything off I start with was in Yorkshire. I never looked at stuff down in Southwest and that. Because all I really would think about are the diesels, the diesel units. And just, whatever. That's what's that. I never really thought of steam down this way as much when I was really little. I just was like, Yorkshire, because that's where I went to the steam engines. But yeah, any ounce of Yorkshire blood in you, and you're very proud of it, and you tend to stick it out in front of everyone. I know another lad that's like it. I know he's very much you know, he's got, I think his father's from Yorkshire, and that's that. His father or his mother, you know. The rest of him is from, you know, his other half is from the south. But he really sticks out about his Yorkshire side. And it's just a thing, I think. Oh yeah, I saw Flying Scotsman when it was a pile of just a set of frames and a pile of bits and all that. In the workshops and that. I used to always be a... Flying Scotsman was my favourite engine when I was little, because that's... When you learn about the LNER, you can't avoid Scotsman, you know, and that's the engine that I really delved deep into. And then one day, one of my visits in Yorkshire, when I was little, National Railway Museum, and I walk into the Great Hall, and I look across, and I know every engine is different, but think, oh yeah, I've seen Scotsman come through a station as well, I forgot about that. Reading your little comment there just reminded me. But anyway, I remember stepping through this Mayhall, and I am fully aware that every engine is completely different, right? Fully aware. But it's sort of, you see, when you're little, you sort of, everything blends to look the same as such. You don't pick out the little details as much. So you see all these round boilers. And then I see this Bugatti-nosed engine in garter blue. And I just remember just standing there and thinking, wow, this is lovely. This is just brilliant. And that was the day that I first saw Mallard. And ever since it's been my favourite engine, and I just love seeing Mallard. Every time I go there, I've got to have a photo with it. Always. Always got to have a photo with Mallard. Just favourite engine. It's just a lovely thing. I've never liked... I don't... When I say that, I don't like to appear as someone who likes it because it's the fastest engine, steam loco. That is not the reason I like it. It's purely because, I always clarify this, but it's always purely when I walked into that main hall and saw the garter blue streamlined engine in amongst all these round boilers exposed and all that unstreamlined locos. And I just see that, and it just stood out, and ever since, that's the reason I liked Mallard. I still love Mallard to this day. It's one of the best engines in the world, in my opinion. So yeah, just Mallard in general. It's just my favourite engine. I'm just gonna... my throat is dry as anything. Just ignore that. Exactly. Well, they're streaks, aren't they? They literally look like they're going 100 mile an hour when they're just stood stationary. It's just... You see them and they shout, I'm going to move something fast. I can agree with that. And there's the... Sam's Trains reviewed one not long ago. I mean, I never really watch his videos anymore like I used to, but I watched that review. Is it the K? Is it the K class? It's a Mogul. It's an LNER Mogul. But by the time they were made, it was BR ownership. And one of them in apple green, I think, would be beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Seriously do, I think it would be lovely. Gresley's a lovely engine. One of our volunteers at Cranmore, his father is the chairman of the Sir Nigel Gresley. Because of course they're a group who own it. and he's the chairman of it. That is one dream of mine, actually, in general, is to have a footplate ride on the main line. Have a mainline footplate ride across. I just think it'd be brilliant. Going at speed, stood on the footplate, going along the main line. I think it'd be absolutely fantastic. It'd be a dream. I mean, behind an A4, on an A4 would be even better, you know, but I mean, I that P2. Anyone from the P2 Trust that can arrange it, please. Oh, that would be interesting. Or Mayflower. Just any LNER engine. Or maybe Princess Elizabeth. You know, Princess Elizabeth would be nice. Yeah. Although I'm not, I don't know why. Like I say, I'm never a person who says I don't like a loco. But I've never really got into southern locos apart from like the Terriers. Apart from that, I don't know. They're nice, don't get me wrong. They're nice. I've just never got into, I've got heavily into the LNER, as I've said, and I've eventually looked into the GWR. And the LMS engines just look majestic, full stop. It's the southern engines, I don't know what it is about them. I like them, but I've never really looked into them really well. And Nelson, I'll agree on that. But I mean, I like those because they were very powerful things, you know. But it's just, there's like a couple of southern engines I really like and get into. But it's just, I don't know. If I was put in front of me one engine from any of the big four, I'd probably go with the LNER or the GWR engine, just because that's what I'm more into. If those were wiped out, I'd go with the LMS. It's just, I don't know what it is. I don't know, I'm just not the big southern engine person. I'll learn about it and I'll be interested in it and I'm open to liking them, but because I've learnt with other stuff more. I know a lot of people just love the LMS, and I cannot argue with them. They're just, especially in Crimson livery. I love a red livery. I love red on a steam loco. The LMS locos are majestic. They're a form of art. They're just a piece of art. They just are. Oh, that would be brilliant, Chris. Honestly, brilliant. Seeing as I've mentioned LMS's beauty, I'm just going to put a little Ivet on. I just love the Ivet. Just a lovely little thing. Well, considering I was going to start, I was going to stop at midnight. I'm doing well at stopping this stream, aren't I? I don't mind doing it. I like having the conversation. My mouth's just dry now. They're just iconic, aren't they, Chris? They're not an engine that strikes like they're really, really elegant. They're not streamlined like Mallard, are they? They're not big and elegant like a Duchess. But they're just sweet. They're just nice. They're characterful. And they are nicer to work on. Sorry, every time I do this, I'm just reading behind the glass that's holding the phone up. But yes, I I can agree with you there, Adam. The chain is quite an interesting thing. I mean, I've looked into it, but I've never wrapped my head fully around it. I got to go. Thank you for a wonderful live stream. Take care, Joe. See you next time. See you at the railway, probably before then. Take care, Joe. It probably won't be long till I cut off anyway, although I have said that before. Fly Merv, what, Adam, have I been going for 6 hours yet? Just wondered, seeing as you said I was already at 5 hours nearly an hour ago. Exactly, Chris. That's exact. They are so sophisticated. Yeah, this is 4 hours 54 minutes on this bit, but of course it cut off, didn't it? And I had to restart the stream. So I'm wondering what it is added up. I can't really look myself. Well, I can't. Just wondered what it was added up. I'm assuming I'd done nearly an hour to an hour on the old one. Take care, Adam. Take care. I'll see you on a stream maybe in the future. Take care. If you catch us earlier, you'll see some trains running on another stream. But yeah, I love this little island. There's a little man in the side at the moment, a Modlu figure. And it's just I put it there for a photo for Instagram because Roger Bay Layout, well, my model railways have an Instagram account. It's called Roger Bay. It's mainly the main layout, but I do put the harbour on there and every so often the other layouts. And because I renumbered this Ivet, but I've only done the cab sides, I thought I'd just do a cab side, bloke leaning in and out the side sort of shot. Well, I mean, the best way to tell is I started just after 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Basically, in about 15 minutes, I should be going about 6 hours. I got confused then. I fell for the Adam thing. The Adam trick. How was Alan's stream? I assume you went on there, Chris. I know Adam said he sent his regards for me. Is it actually still running as such? I can't see anything because I'm on another app, and the second I go off it, it'll probably cut off the live stream. This is my thinking. But yeah, I mean, on here it says 4 hours, 57 minutes and 42 seconds. So, I mean, at least this section, for me, because it come up, it restarted, of course. So this part has been at least 5 hours. I mean, I have ran a loco. Well, this Ivet here double-headed with my standard 5 for 6 hours once. So does it actually think I'm running 2 streams, or is it just... I don't know. I'll have a look after, because I tend to change the thumbnails around to link to what it is. Lynn Manor for 20 quid. Yeah, quartering issues, but sorted out 20 minutes bargain. That's always good. I mean, I bought my mainline Hinton Manor for 25 quid. And when I got it, it was immaculate. You know how you can look at the wheels, like on this one, you can tell it's done some mileage. This thing had the faintest of line. It has barely ran. I opened it up and it had its original lubricant from the factory, original paperwork and box, and I was so impressed with it. It's practically a brand new mainline loco. Brilliant. Yeah, it thinks you're running these live streams. How brilliant. So if you click on the old one, what does it come to this? Or is it, I don't know, is it does it come to this sort of me talking now, or is it just black? Would be interesting. Sort of decordering by eye. Fair enough. At least you're not there forever, just, yeah. See, that's my only worry with my Manor, but you can buy the middle plastic axles, can't you? This is why I was so tempted to buy I've apparently been running 5 hours on this bit now. I've been so tempted, was tempted to get a 3D printer, because the little couplings, I don't know, these little hooks, they fall off like anything on things. Some locos, it'll stay on them forever, but some of them, they just fall off straight out the box all the time. And I thought it'd be just great to have a bunch of spares be able to print. And I don't know. But, and then it would be useful for making, like, say, the little axles for the mainline locos and stuff like that. But I mean, at the same time, I'm not very good at computers, so I sort of shied away from that idea, because I know, even though I know I could learn it, I think I'd just get stressed and fed up and give up quite quick. Oh, that sounds fun, Chris. I mean, I am making a website for my photography. I am doing that. Well, I say I'm doing it. I one day got home and went, I'm going to make a website. Just out of the blue. And I haven't done anything to it since. I put my railway photography on it, but any generic street photography I've done is not on it. It's just because it takes so long to add it on. Over 6 hours in total. Brilliant. I told myself I wasn't going to do 6 hours this stream, because that would be too mental. Yeah. I think my longest stream on it's 6 hours 20 minutes, something like that. Real. What time is it? So I think it's just you two, Chris and Adam. Just putting the Ivot away. Might put Coronation up. Just ignore the express passenger Andrew Barclay. Just realise something with it. I just made one Wix because it's easy. It's quite simple with Wix. It's just it's simple, fairly straightforward, then I'm alright. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. I wish they decided to make the smaller Barclays, because I think I'd go mental if Lady Nan was announced. I think I would. I think a lot of people. Rapido put a thing up not long ago saying suggest a loco, and I thought, sod it. I'm putting Lady Nan in there. I doubt there's the chance that they'd do it. I said I put a reasoning behind it, how it will complement it, how many people have driven Lady Nan, and would probably love to have a model of what they've driven and stuff like that. I think what I'll do after this stream is literally put the cameras away, put the loco, just leave the locos out. I can put them away tomorrow. I've got time tomorrow. Keep thinking it's Sunday when it isn't. Don't know. Well, I'm sorry. It is Sunday. I meant more of before it actually was Sunday. Oh, that'd be good. Have you finished demolishing your Kerr Stewart Victory? You've put on Discord a few times that you seem to be getting into buying your diesels at the moment. See, when I buy diesels, I tend to get the older ones. Although I don't really buy diesels. I tend to... When I get a diesel, I've normally been bought it, basically. Or given it, like my Hymek. Where did the blue one come? Oh, I got the blue... Not the one I'd done up on the last stream, but I bought a Hymek as a project. Spares and repairs project. And then I got given the other Hymek, which I'd done on the stream. Only 3. It's not enough, is it, Chris? You've got to go until there's no more odd liveries, and then you've got to go beyond that. You've got to run out of liveries. I've got an electric loco. It's an 86. I think that's the right term. Basically looks like a Class 47, but it's got a pantograph. Me neither. A warship would be quite nice. I've worked on a warship model, not a real one. Worked on one for someone, but I only had the chassis. I was only given the chassis, so... yeah. Sounds like we all need to go warship shopping. Thing with me in general is I'll find a loco I want. There's many locos I'd like, but then another one comes along. I'm just waiting for Rapido to announce the prices for the Y7s, because I think my order might... well... because I stood on the footplate of 1310 at Middleton and rode behind it and enjoyed it. I want one. I just think they're so sweet and quirky, the Y7s. Well, it is 1 a.m. We've already gone through 1 hour of Sunday, the 14th of May 2023. The only thing I didn't need reassuring on was the year. That's how good at remembering things I am. Oh dear. Do you want to laugh, actually, about knowing the year it is and date and all that? So, last year, I got quite far ahead of content for YouTube into this year, halfway into this year. I mean, a lot of the content that's coming out now, I filmed like 6 months ago, sort of thing. I sort of stopped filming at the moment, so I'm like, it's just all catching up now. But basically, because I was so far ahead of content, for about half a year, well, for about half of 2022, I thought it was 2023. And spent half a year saying it was 2023. Luckily, I never really have conversations about what year it is. But yeah, that was funny. Spending half a year thinking I was in the future, basically. That was funny, that. Even that, I can't help but laugh at it. That I was actually, because I was ahead on YouTube content, I mentally thought it was the next year. Basically, don't overdo your YouTube content. Oh, I think that's easy to do, though. I always tend to say I'm a year younger than what I am. Yeah. There. Maybe we're just all mentally time traveling, you know. Telling myself it's 2065 or something, you know. I've done it where I forgot my own surname and stuff. I think I forgot my own name once, only very briefly. I was like, "What's your name?" Sort of the put on the spot moment, and your mind goes blank. What is my name? I think I've done that before. Well, Chris, if you have a bit of morphine and stand on a plank of plywood, you might think you're on a hoverboard. No, I've never even heard of it. Well, I might have actually. I can't remember. Now I'm reading it a second time. There's sort of some tiny bell at the back of my head ringing, but It's a bit sort of thing. Audiobooks, that's a thing. I couldn't listen to an audio, but I think I tried once. I couldn't. I just couldn't. Same with podcasts. I've tried, can't get into them. Need the visuals. I haven't watched Back to the Future for a while. Probably something like 10 months ago I watched part 3 because it was on telly and I probably was only halfway through it, sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, memory wipes of things. I don't watch lots of films. Oh, okay. Never heard of it. I tried a railway podcast and it was just... it come up on Train Simulator. They advertised through it, you see. I think it was We Are Rail Fans or something like that. I don't know. I know the first episode was of a HST driver and I just was like... only managed to listen to probably half hour of it. And that was over the course of a few months. You know, I couldn't get into it. I mean, last time I went to the cinema was The New Railway Children, because I wanted to see it. Time before that was the James Bond No Time to Die. That was up in Yorkshire. I was up in Yorkshire over in October, and I remember No Time to Die hadn't long been out, so... Because I remember going into the cinema something like 8:20 and leaving at midnight. Like, what, it's midnight? How long was this film? Oh dear. Yeah. Good film though. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I'm not really a film watcher. More of a Fred Dibner watcher. Have any ever watched one Star Wars? The Force Awakens, I think. I can't even remember. It feels like ages ago. I remember watching it in the cinema. But I mean, it's just... yeah, I can't even... I think it was The Force Awakens. I'd just sound like an absolute idiot if I describe what I saw. The one with this lightsaber and... he looked like this. I can't even remember how it went. Oh dear. I might have to, I think I might as well throw the spanner in the works and say I think it's time I retire from this entertainment. Seeing as it's gone 1 a.m. Star Trek. Yes, I think it's time I retire from my entertainment position after about 6 hours. 6 hours. It goes quick. I mean, each half hour of running Locos, it just disappeared like that. I mean, they kept changing the locos in the film. You'd see a 4F rolling with the Jubilee's valve gear in the close-ups. Oh dear, he would be, wouldn't he, Adam? Right, yeah. I think that's it for me. I'm gonna yawn. And just put that there. I've got to put 4 film cameras away and 3 digital cameras away and 2 empty cans of Thatchers and an empty can of Tooth Rot. And yeah. Doesn't surprise me. It's these little things that they make a railway film, but they do the little muck-ups that the railway enthusiasts notice, and it annoys them. I wish there was a film out there that actually they got it bang on right. We got it bang on right, and everything's perfect just to make the railway enthusiast happy. I have written down a list of locos. I've noted down that people would like to see Bristol Harbour at some point, so I'll just piece everything together. Depends on what comes out when and when I can next do a live stream, but I shall put it all on there. Excellent stream, Matt. Thanks, Rick. Thank you very much for watching, Chris. You and Adam are very loyal to my live streams, and I really appreciate it. Because I don't think I could cope sitting for 6 hours listening to myself speaking. I think I'd be asleep. But yes, I keep thinking that's a logo on the screen, but it's just a picture of the Ivat on a clock. It's just my clock with the Ivat on it. There. But yes, with it just approaching 1:15, I think it's time I say goodbye. So yeah, thank you. Well, it's just you two on there now, Adam and Chris. But thank you very much for watching the stream, and to everyone else who watched. Greatly appreciative. If I didn't get views, if I didn't even get one person on, I wouldn't stream, because there wouldn't be a point. So yeah, thank you very much. I shall type up on the old typewriter again a plan and see what I can do for the next stream for us. Okay? Right. Anyway, I shall see you all next stream, whenever it is, or well, feel free to leave a comment saying hello in the next YouTube video, whenever that comes out, because I no longer know when things come out. It's on the door just back there. But yeah. Right. Take care, and that's me, Matt the Dragon Railways, aka Matthew, out. Just got to press it. Oh god. Here's the technical bit that's really difficult, is how to end a stream and not drop a phone on the floor, because that's a bit awkward, isn't it? And not get your phone chargers caught on Ivats. And there's a button called stop here. And if I press stop, it tells me stop broadcasting. Do you wish to stop broadcasting? I think so. Take care. Oh god, I thought that was the end. Finish event. You can either keep the event and resume it later, or finish the event and archive it on YouTube. I think I'll finish it. Goodbye.